Greetings everyone. Assalamualaikum. A very good morning. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, and salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Thank you for joining us today at the Postgraduate University briefing for the August intake Semester 1 2025-2026 session. I am Atira, your host for today's program. On behalf of University Malaysia Sabah, I want to extend a warm welcome and a huge congratulations to all of you for becoming our newest students. Thank you for choosing University Malaysia Sabah as your destination for postgraduate studies. And to our international students, we extend a special welcome to Sabah, the land below the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks our 11th online postgraduate briefing. Here's a quick look at the agenda for the day. We will begin with the opening remarks from the Dean of the Center for Postgraduate Studies. Then there will be 10 different briefings with 5 sessions in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. All of these briefings are equally important for your postgraduate journey, so we encourage you to stay tuned until the very end. For future updates and information, please remember to follow, like, and subscribe to our official social media channels, UMS official Facebook page, UMS official YouTube channel, Center for Postgraduate Studies official Facebook page, as well as the Center for Postgraduate Studies Telegram group. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick note before we begin. You are welcome to ask questions throughout the briefing, whether you are watching on Facebook or on YouTube. Please drop your questions in the live chat box. Our dedicated officers will do their best to answer them. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our special guests for today, Professor Dr. Murnizam Halik, Dean of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, Associate Professor Dr. Asmahani Binti Awang, Deputy Dean of Academic and International Center for Postgraduate Studies, Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Sazmal Effendi bin Arshad, Director of the UMS Center for External Education, and Encik Musnin Matersa, Deputy Registrar, Center for Postgraduate Studies. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Murnizam Halik, Dean of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, for his opening remarks. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Satira. Just for your information, Ms. Satira is our postgraduate student, and I'm quite proud to say that she helped us with all the arrangement of the postgraduate students, and we hope next time those who are interested to join the postgraduate committee, society, they can contact Ms. Satira. Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone, especially the Director of UMS Flag, Associate Professor TS Dr. Sazmal, who is on my right but probably on your left on the screen, and Deputy Dean of Academics and International Affairs, Associate Professor Dr. Asmahani Awang, and Mr. Musnin Matasa, and you'll be dealing with him sooner or later with regards to your registration. First of all, we would like to apologize for a slight delay. There's a technical issues with regards to the to our system, but it's being settled now. So without further ado, allow me to present or to give you an introduction of about University Malaysia Sabah. especially the Center for Postgraduate Studies. Okay, University Malaysia Sabah was established back in 1994, and the same with the okay. UMS has at the moment 13 faculties, 1 center, 1 academy, and 4 institutes, making up to 19 what you call as FAPI, Faculty, Academy, Pusat, and Institute, which cover various areas from science and technology, medicine and health science, engineering, computer, informatics, agriculture, aquaculture, and marine science, biotechnology, conservation biology, food science, tropical forestry, social science and humanities, arts and creative technology, psychology, education, Islamic study, finance, business, accounting, and economics. So I am sure you are registered under one of those, and if you are not, I guess you have to contact Mr. Musnin about that. But we are sure you belong to one of this area. Okay, what is our motto? Our vision is University Malaysia Sabah strive to be an innovative university at global standing. So our mission to strive to achieve academic excellence in various fields by gaining international recognition through, the first one is teaching and learning, second, research and publication, third, social services, fourth, a balanced specialization of knowledge and personal development of students, resulting in high productivity and quality in the context of society and nation. Our shared values is that together as a family, we improve our performance. Okay, the objective. What is the objective of Center for Postgraduate Study or Pusat Pengajian Pascasiswazah in Malay? Is the first one is to ensure that the main function of CPS are executed effectively according to standards in terms of enrollment, registration, examination, assessment, graduation, student affairs, and development of academic program. Now, Center for Postgraduate Studies, CPS, was established in 1994 to provide a range of postgraduate programs from Doctor of Philosophy, Masters, and Postgraduate Diploma. I think you belong in one of these three. And starting in 2019, the management of PhD, Masters, and Postgraduate Diploma programs by coursework and mixed mode are handled by UMS FLAG. Which is under the directorship of Associate Professor Dr. Sazmal. CPS is responsible to manage PhD and Master's programs by research only. So we are handling research, whereas UMS FLAG will be handling coursework. Our program, it is offered on a full-time and part-time basis, and CPS is entrusted with the responsibility to administer, coordinate, develop, and strengthen the postgraduate studies program. Excuse me. The role and responsibility of CPS to support the mission of university to become a world-class center of academic and technological excellence, formulate policies pertaining to the development of graduate studies, to steer the postgraduate committee and coordinate with academic faculties to develop and enhance the quality of graduate education, maintain the integrity in the graduate program practices across FCAI, faculty, center, academy, and institute at UMS, cooperate with other departments of the university to ensure facilities are available and meet the requirements of the academicians and social needs of graduate students. And finally, facilitate staff and student training session on graduate education aspects. Now, let me introduce to the CPS and UMS flag team. So, as was being introduced just now by Ms. Atira, I'm the Dean of Postgraduate Study and assisted by Associate Professor Dr. Asmahani Awang, Deputy Dean of Academic and International Affairs, and also Associate Professor Dr. Oscar Jausin, Deputy Dean of Student Affairs, and the Head of Administration is Madam Jumiati Pajakai. So she will also head of the she will also lead the administration and financial section, whereas for academic section will be handled by Mr. Musnin, and another of our head is Madam Harlina Jupiter, which is handling student affairs section. For UMS flag, the director, as I introduced just now, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Sasmal Effendi, and the deputy under Dr. Sasmal is Associate Professor Dr. Dayang Noriza, Deputy Director of Academic of UMS flag, and Madam Zalifa Shahdan, who is the Deputy Director for Finance of UMS flag. These are the people. I just give you 1 minute to look at the names of the relevant staff under UMS flag, which you'll be given briefing later, and they will introduce themselves. So this is just a glance of people that you will be dealing with when it comes to finance, administration, academic or registration. They will be introduced later. And next one is students enrollment. Now, based on data as recent as on the 18th of August 2025, we have a total of 3,117 postgraduate students. And the largest number of students came from China, followed by Indonesia, Bangladesh, Brunei, and other countries across the world. In terms of the division or the number of students based on their area of study, masters, we have around 1,527 students and 1,224 PhD students, while we have 366 DPLI students. So to make up the whole number, it is around 3,117, where 2,670 comes from derived from local students, and there are 447 international students currently studying at UMS. Now, number of students graduated. This is of interest to you. It shows that most of the students who registered at the university managed to graduate and graduate successfully, so which is good news to the students, especially new students. This is a motivation to you. So for postgraduate diploma, the students graduated in 2024 and up is around 124, masters by research 145, masters by coursework 190, and we produce 120 PhD graduates, totaling around 579 students graduated back in 2024. Postgraduate coordinators, I think I will just give you a brief glance of this because maybe if you are in that particular faculties, you will be introduced to the coordinators from different faculties as and you can see their names and picture in the screen on the screen. All right, on to the last part, which is the facilities. Uh, at the moment, we have one auditorium hall, which is where we are doing our briefing today. The capacity of the hall can accommodate around 200 people, and it is used not only for postgraduate function but also for conference, seminar, talks, workshop, courses. Probably when Dr. Oscar offered some programs, because Dr. Oscar is involved with providing additional courses for postgraduate students, for example, how to write your PhD, how to publish in journals, how to publish your articles on how to do statistical analysis. Most of their programs will be conducted at the auditorium hall. But those who registered on Saturday, they're registered at the Faculty of Psychology. So probably you will get familiar with the auditorium hall once we offered some courses for the postgraduate students. And we got our seminar rooms. There are 6 seminar rooms altogether, which can fit in around 40 people at one time. And it is for use for activities such as seminar, talks, workshop, and courses at a smaller scale. And also student launch. So the student launch can fit in around 150 people. So sometimes we want to offer a mid-sized room, so we are going to use the we call as our student launch. And if you go to the postgraduate building, probably you'll see the launch right on the left side of the entrance. Okay, this room looks nice, although when you go to Viva room you wouldn't even see the the chairs or the table, because if you reach Viva rooms, it means that you are 95% or 99% going to complete your studies. So this is a nice room where they will ask, where you will be, where most of the Viva Voce interview will be conducted. We have 4 rooms for this, which can accommodate up to 14 people. But you can also use this room for group discussion, group studies. So we are hoping to see most of you coming into this room, because it will indicate that you are going to pass your master's or your PhD. We also have meeting room, which we use to manage and have meetings to deal with the requests from the students. So we almost reached the end of my briefing. So this is the entrance of the building, Pusat Pengajian Pascasiswazah. You have the contact number, you have the email address, and you have the website. And should you need any assistance from us, do not hesitate to approach us, and we will try our best to help you. And with that, okay, this is the Dewan Chancellor. Just for your information, probably to motivate you, when you completed your studies, and hopefully you can go to this hall for your convocation ceremony. It is situated right in the center of University Malaysia Sabah. And there is a contact number for UMS flags, but at the same time they're going to give their briefing, so no worries about that. If you are doing coursework, if you have any questions about UMS flag, please, you can also contact them. So thank you very much for your attention. Once again, sorry for the delay, and hopefully you have some ideas about UMS, especially to students who came to UMS, who joined the postgraduate student from other universities. And for alumni students, welcome back. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Professor, for your kind words and for sharing such valuable information with us. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Sazmal Effendi to give his opening remarks on behalf of the UMS Center for External Education. Please welcome.
Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. The Honorable Dean for Center for Postgraduate Studies for UMS, Professor Dr. Murnizam, Associate Professor Dr. Asmahani, the Deputy Dean for Academic and Internationalization for CBS, Mr. Musnin, and also thank you, Ms. Moderator, for this opportunity. I've not much have to say. In fact, that to say welcome to all of the postgraduate students for UMS, especially the ones which will be conducted or will be catered by UMS Flag, which is the Flexible Education Center for UMS, which caters for the coursework and also mixed mode courses for under postgraduates. So I would like to especially welcome you all to this session. I expect you to get all the information, especially based on all the rules and regulations, any important points which you can get, especially based on the rules and regulation. This is your rights as a student. You need to know on all of this in order for you to get more opportunities in UMS, right? In the fact that UMS also caters a lot of student activities, so please do so. Get your information on all the activities that is available in UMS. The fact that the Center of Postgraduate Studies under Professor Munizam and also under us UMS Flag will always continue to serve all the postgraduate studies students that we will cater for all the any problems that the students will undergo, right? So please do not be shy to contact us if there's any relevant information that you need from us. So with that, I would like to welcome you guys again. Hopefully that we'll meet in a certain places. Yeah. I think welcome. Right. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Sazmal, for your welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have important briefings coming up that are essential for all new postgraduate students. We encourage you to pay close attention to each session as they will provide valuable information for your academic journey. Before we continue, let's take a short 5-minute break. We look forward to seeing you all back shortly. Thank you. Thank you all for staying with us. We appreciate you being here. Now, let's welcome our speakers for the first session, who will provide you with all the necessary financial information. We have here with us Madam Lia India Fitri Paryoto, Assistant Bursar of the UMS Bursar Department, and Madam Shasha Nur Izwana binti Marimutu, Finance Manager of the UMS Center for External Education. First, we'll proceed with the financial briefing on the postgraduate research program. It is my pleasure to hand the floor over to Madam Lia. Please welcome.
Hello, okay. Thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to UMS for Semester 1 Intake 2025-2026 academic session. Today I will be giving a short briefing on student finance. First of all, I would like to introduce the staff of the Bursar Department who manage the postgraduate financial sector. The Bursar Department is under the leadership of the Bursar, Datuk Badrul Hisham Ismail. The Student Finance Division is headed by the Director of the Student Finance Division, Ms. Agnesera Boitol, and supervised by myself as an accountant. At the same time, I am assisted by 3 staff members, namely Mr. Rusdi and Ms. Marlene as an assistant accountant and Ms. Zulin as the finance administrative assistant. For your information, tuition fees can be referred to on the website as shown on the screen. In UMS, there is 2 types of method of studies, which is research and coursework. What I explained to you today is applicable for students who choose research as their method of studies. Now, I will explain a little bit about UMS postgraduate fee structure. In UMS, we divide our tuition fees by stream. There is 2 types of stream, which is science stream and art stream. For this slide, this is tuition fees for science stream. There is 3 biggest component in the tuition fees, which is non-recurrent fees, tuition fees based on semester, and viva voce fees. As you can see, your tuition fees for the first semester is slightly higher than tuition fees for second semester. This is due to insurance fees that we charge yearly. I know most of you have your own personal insurance, but it is compulsory and required by the Ministry of Education for all students to be covered student insurance. As you see now, this is a fee structure for an art stream. The same explanation for the art stream is there is 3 biggest components in the tuition fees, such as non-current fees, tuition fees based on semester, and viva voce fees. And the different rate between first semester and second semester is due to student insurance. For your information, if any student choose to withdraw from the university, please come to postgraduate office and fill in all the necessary documents, because if you did not do so, we will continue to charge your tuition fees in student ledger by referring your status as an active student. This table shows the amount of refund you are eligible for if you withdraw from your studies within the allowable withdrawal period. If you If you process your withdrawal within 2 weeks after the semester begins, you will only receive a refund for the tuition fee component, while the non-recurring fee will be fully forfeited. While for those who wish to withdraw from the university after 2 weeks the semester start, all payment will be forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysians have enforced the implementation of 6% SST on educational service on 1st July 2025 for non-Malaysian students. However, please take note that UMS will begin implementing a 6% SST for non-Malaysian students effective 1st September 2025. Therefore, tuition fees payment made after 31st August 2025 will be subject to 6% SST. We strongly advise all international students to take this into consideration when making decisions regarding their studies and financial planning. All students are required to pay their tuition fee in the full at the beginning of each semester. As part of your registration at UMS, you sign a student declaration document. These documents serve as your formal acknowledgement and commitment to the university's financial policies. By signing this document, you have agreed and promised to pay your tuition fees in full at the beginning of every semester. This commitment is binding and reflects your understanding of the financial responsibilities associated with your studies at UMS. Please ensure that all payments are made on time to avoid any complication with your student status or academic progress. Students with outstanding tuition fee will be barred from the following academic and administrative process, such as accessing the course registration system for the upcoming semester, printing the examination slip required to sit for final exam, receiving final examination result, attending the convocation ceremony. The university will withhold scroll and academic transcript until all outstanding fees are fully settled. And the last, the student name will be entered into CITOS system. As you beware, CITOS screening is part of the process when applying loan in the future. If your name appears in the CITOS system, it may negatively affect loan approval. We strongly advise all students settle any outstanding tuition fees before leaving the university to avoid complication with academic record and future financial matter. Sponsored students who have received their sponsorship fund but have not yet settled their outstanding tuition fees will be reported to their respective sponsor. Please be aware that this may result in the cancellation of your sponsorship. We strongly advise all sponsored students to settle any outstanding fees immediately to avoid disciplinary action and the risk of losing financial support. I would like to remind all students that UMS practice a cashless campus policy. This means that cash payments are not encouraged at any university counter or facilities, including at our counter and cafe. Please be informed that cash payment exceeding 500 ringgit made through the Bursas counter will incur an additional service fee for 20 ringgit. This policy is in the university UMS Cashless Campus Initiative, which encourage all students to use electronic payment method for convenience, safety, and efficiency. Here is a poster for the cashless payment method available at UMS. We have variety type of cashless payment with methods such as FPX, JomPay, CDM or bank counter for Bank Islam, card credit, Boost, Alipay, and others. Student who are receive a scholarship, sponsorship or study loan are required to submit a copy of their offer letter to Bursar department. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two common methods by which sponsor disburse fund. First, payment through the university. If your sponsor choose to transfer the fund directly to UMS, the Bursar department must issue an invoice to request payment. Without your offer letter, we will not be aware of your sponsorship status and cannot issue the invoice. Second method, payment directly to the student bank account. In this case, student is treated as a self-paying student and must settle tuition fees independently. Okay, what you need to do is, you please upload and update your sponsorship, scholarship or loan information in the SMP system. The information in the SMP system is very important not only as an official reference for student sponsorship status, but also as part of the requirement of MYRA. It's for MYRA reporting, Malaysian Research Assessment. For those who are using personal EPF to finance their studies, a confirmation letter can be requested through the following platforms such as Bursar Department official website, Bahagian Kewangan Pelajar Facebook page, by scanning the provide QR code. All application will be processed within 5 working days. This is the QR code used for application related to EPF confirmation letter, sponsorship or scholarship confirmation, payment verification, and tuition fee structure request. QR code can also be accessed via the Bahagian Kewangan Pelajar Facebook page. Students are led in applying to use their personal EPF to finance their studies are required to pay the tuition fees in full first. After the payment is made, student may request a confirmation of payment letter from the Bursar department to submit a claim to EPF. Please note that through an EPF authorization letter will still be prepared. Student will only be allowed to register once full payment has been made. We strongly advise students to plan the application and payment accordingly to avoid delay in registration and academic process. This is our hotline number. Please feel free to contact us during office hour if you have any question or required assist. Alternatively, you may submit your inquiries via email to the address listed on the screen. We are here to help and ensure you receive the support you need. Before I end this session, I would greatly appreciate it if you could provide feedback to help us improve the quality of our service. Please fill out the customer satisfaction survey by scanning the QR display on the screen. Your back is valuable and will help us serve to you better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Leah, for that insightful briefing. Next, I would like to invite our second speaker, Madam Shasha Nur Izwana, to update us on the financial affairs of the postgraduate coursework program at the UMS Center for External Education. Please welcome, Madam.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm Sasha. I'm Sasha Rizana from UMS Flag Finance Section. I would like to extend our warm welcome to all postgraduate students. We are pleased to have you as a part of academic journey, and today briefing is aimed at providing you with important financial information to ensure a smooth learning experience. Okay, this session I will briefing finance regarding finance to all the UMS Flag students. Okay, for your information, UMS Flag offer lifelong learning program for postgraduate level, coursework and mixed mode for qualified applicants with a particular focus on working adults. The finance sections, UMS Flag is responsible for managing student financial affairs related to postgraduate, especially for coursework program. Okay, for the fee payment and deadline, registration fee must be fully settled before you can complete your university registration via online or e-daftar. The balance of your fee, mostly because of the based on the credit hour, or will be updated in your SMP at the end of the add and drop week, which will be by each semester. All payment must be paid using by online or via debit or credit card. Students are reminded that all outstanding fee of the current semester must be fully settled before the final exam. Students who have an outstanding tuition fee will be barred from accessing the course registration for upcoming semester, print the examination slip, getting the final exam result, and attending the convocation. Okay, for the fee structure by coursework, kindly do refer to our official website ums5.ums.edu.my. Due to the fee structure will be different, depends on your program. For those students that have attention to withdraw, for the first 2 weeks, the non-current fees will be refunded, but for the tuition fee, it will not be refunded. For the current fee, sorry, for the current fees will not be refunded, and while for the tuition fee will be refunded. But after 2 weeks, both of it will not be refunded. Okay, just to inform all the students under UMS Flag, cashless payments are effective since 1st September of 2023. UMS Flag will not receive any cash. Okay, for the payments methods, you can see you can pay using the FPX, Pay, bill representment, and also go to UMS Flag counter using debit or credit card. Okay, this is the financial assistance or sponsorship. If you are for the student applying for EPF withdrawal, request your EPF confirmation letter from UMS Flag Finance Section at least 2 weeks before registration weeks. Registration only allowed when your EPF withdrawal confirmation status is passed. Let applicant for the EPF withdrawal are required to pay full tuition fee. Student must submit this for the scholarship. Student must submit their scholarship or sponsorship or loan offer letter to the UMS Flag Finance Sections and update their details in SMP to ensure all records are valid. For confirmation letter related to EPF, sponsor, payment, and fee structure, you can apply via the Google form on the UMS Flag website by scanning the QR code provided. Okay, here is the teams in finance sections led by Puan Zalifa binti Shadan and me as the manager Shashan Rizwana, being assisted by Dayang Nuriza, Muhammad Zaki, Sabaria and Moriati. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you and once again welcome to UMS.
Thank you, Madam Shasha, for sharing those very valuable details with us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next briefing, let's take a short 5-minute break. Please remain online and stay tuned. Thank you, and we'll see you again shortly.
ambil handphone supaya saya nampak masa.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you for joining us and for your continued attention. Now, let's move on to our next session. We have with us the Deputy Dean of Academic and International from the Center for Postgraduate Studies. She will be presenting on the procedures and rules for all postgraduate programs at UMS. It is my pleasure to invite Associate Professor Dr. Asmahani to begin her briefing. Please welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Nur Atira. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. My name is Asmahani from the Center for Postgraduate Studies. I hope you all fine. So today I will share with you a little bit about the regulation and rules for postgraduate programs, particularly for research mode. We are waiting for the slideshow to appear. Give us a few seconds. So this is the first slide. As I told you before, this is the sharing session for procedures and rules for postgraduate programs. If you have any question regarding the process, or maybe you have the curiosity about how the research program will be conducted, then you can always pose your questions to the Facebook or YouTube channel. Then our committee will try to assist you. So this is the overview for my sharing session today. It looks like a bit, however, I try to summarize it because this is very important for you throughout your research journey. The first section is about registration and payment. As you know, we are located at postgraduate buildings. Maybe most of you already visited our buildings. We are located next to the DKP Baharu, Dewan Kuliah Pusat. And this is the brochure for CPS. If you encounter any problem, you are welcome to walk in physically to our buildings. And also we can be contacted via a different platform, for example, email, Facebook, and WhatsApp. I would like to invite all of you to join our Telegram channel. If you still remember, last Saturday you have registered your postgraduate study, and then there is a QR code that you can join our Telegram channel. If you are still not join our Telegram channel, so this is the opportunity, because it is very important for you to join our Telegram channel, because we will post the updates from time to time through the Telegram channel. The next slide is about poster. If you still remember, maybe some of you already see the academic calendar that shows on the right side. This academic calendar is very important because it gives you information about the research activities. For example, last Saturday you have registered for your postgraduate program, and in the consecutive weeks, which is this week, there is a briefing process at the CPS level, and after this there will be another briefing session that will be conducted at faculty, center, academic, or institutes. So in general, all of the research activities will be conducted according to this academic calendar. So I would like to invite you to download this academic calendar from our CPS website. The left side of the slide shows the step to register for new postgraduate students. I believe that all of you already completed your registration process during last Saturday. However, you need to still look at your SMP system you need to check if you already enrolled in the research methodology course, because for master students, most of you need to be enrolled into the RMC module. Means that you need to attend the class, and also you need to fulfill all the evaluation process. For PhD students, maybe some of you already taken the research methodology course, then you can ask for the exemptions. Means that you need to download our form, the exemption form from the CPS website, and then you can fill up the form, and then you can submit the form to CPS. So this is the slide which shows that CPS can be retrieved from different platforms, for example Facebook, CPS Telegram official, and also WhatsApp official. I would like to invite all of you to look into our CPS website as well, which is Center for Postgraduate Studies, because most of the important informations were available on that website. For example, we give a few quick links over there. For example, which is the important dates, a registration portal, defer registration, and so on. The next section is about the registration process and payment. I'm sure that all of you already finished your registration process. However, this registration process will be occur another semester. Each semester you need to do registration process. Therefore, the most important thing you need to know is about the specific condition for you to make the registration. The first one is that you as a student need to aware that you are within and does not exceed the maximum duration of study. How you know the duration of studies, I will show you later in the next slide. Okay, the second condition is that you need to settle all the outstanding tuition fees. Maybe some of you are thinking, where can I get information about the outstanding tuition fees? Actually, you can log in into the SMP website every semester, then you go to the personal menu in that SMP website, then you can see the ledger over there. The display of the ledger will shows the amount, the specific amount that you need to pay to the bursary office. Okay. The third one is, as a student, you need to complete the online student progress report every semester, and then this progress report should be endorsed by the supervisor or main supervisor. So that's why it is very crucial for you to always maintain your communication and your contact with your supervisor, because you do your research activities. However, the one who will endorse your research activities at the end of the semester is your supervisor. So the next section is about tuition fees. Generally, as a student, you need to make a payment to university for every semester, and you need to do a registration 2 weeks from the registration date of each semester. For example, for the new students, you already done your registration process last Saturday. Okay, for the active students, the registration process will be start from here, from today. So the next semester, you need to refer to our academic calendar, the specific date for you to make the registration and also to make a payment. So students with outstanding fees will have the registration suspended in the following semester. So means that you need to complete all the process, including the registration fees payment and also the registration process. So for those who are doing the late registration, okay, which is starting from the week 3 until week 4 of the new semester, then you will be subjected to a penalty with amount of 200 ringgit Malaysia. So this process, it is not applicable for the new postgraduate students. However, next semester you will be a current student. So means that if you do a late registration process by next semester, you will be subjected also to this penalty if you register starting from week 3 to week 4. What will happen if you still not make the registrations after the week 4 of the current semester? There will be another consequences in which you will be suspended from your study. So you have to always look at the academic calendar and follow the timeline given for you to make the registration. So for those who does not register for 2 consecutive semesters, then the student shall be terminated from their studies. Okay, the next section is about method of study. Basically, we have two types of method of study for research mode. The first one is master program. The second one is Doctor of Philosophy program. For your information, some of you might be enrolled into the fast track path. And this fast track path, actually, it is like a taste for you within 12 months. Means that you have to fulfill all the criteria given to you. For example, you have to prepare two types of document, which is part A and part B, and also you need to publish one paper, and then you need to give one proof of attending conference in order to fulfill all the evaluation process. Then within 12 months, then you will be given the confirmation of a PhD student. So please always remember that last Saturday is the starting of your day as a fast track candidature. Then you have to fulfill all of this requirement in order to be confirmed as a PhD students. And the second path is conversion from master to PhD. Actually, this opportunity is open to all of the master students for those who have an outstanding performance. Within 12 months, if you prove that you have outstanding performance in terms of able to publish paper, able to attend conference, and able to prepare two significant documents, which is part A and part B, and you submit to faculty, and faculty support you for the conversion from master to PhD, then you will have this opportunity. If you are able to convince the faculty, and if you're able to convince the university that you have the outstanding performance and you can fulfill all the criteria, then you can change your method of study from master to PhD. For further information about these two paths, for more fast track and also conversion from master to PhD, then you can always refer to our guideline, which is Garis Panduan Program Fast Track and also Garis Panduan Penukaran Pendaftaran Program Sarjana ke Doktor Falsafah. These two documents were available on our CPS website. Feel free to visit the CPS website and download these two documents for your perusal. Okay, the next section is about type of registration. We have two types of registration, which is full-time and part-time. You need to always aware that which type of registration you were enrolled in, because it will affect the durations of your study during your research journey. So this is the specific timeline given for you in order to plan for your research study. For example, here the first table shows the permitted duration of study, and the second table shows the extensions of duration of study. So I try to point out one column here for PhD students with full-time mode of study. For example, here, what is the definition for minimum and maximum? So minimum semester means that you are able to, if you are able to finish your study within 4 semesters, which is equivalent to 2 years, because you have the outstanding performance, then you can submit your thesis to CPS. Okay, and also you need to ensure that you fulfill all the criteria. For example, the publication, attending conference, all the evaluation at CPS level. Then you can complete the study. However, maybe during your research journey you encounter some problem, for example, health issue, financial issue, then you are asking for another time, which is another semester. Then the maximum semester that were permitted for you to apply is X semester. And after X semester, you think that I still have obstacles and I cannot complete my study within X semesters or 4 years, you still can ask for another extension, a maximum for 4 semester. So means that you have total around 12 semester, which is equivalent to 6 years in order to complete your study. However, if that within 6 years you still feel like I am in a hard situation, I am unable to finish my study, you have another option. You can change your mode of registration from full-time to part-time. So it means that you have additional semester in order to finish your study. It means that you have another 12 plus 6 12 semester plus 6 semester, which is equivalent to 18 semester, which is 9 years. So we hope that within 9 years you will be able to complete your study and to achieve your dreams, which is all of us, we have our dreams, we want to finish our study, we want to do something. So make this as our motivation during our research journey. I'm sure that you can do it. Okay, so this is the next section that will give you info about how to change the type of registration. If you feel like I cannot stay in the full-time mode because I am a working student, I need some space, I need some time. Then how I do the process. So this is the information for you. You are on the right channel. Okay. So the procedure is that you as a student may apply to the dean or director of faculty, center, academic or institute for approval. And then faculty will notify the dean of CPS to change the type of registration from part-time to full-time to part-time or vice versa. However, the approval is subject to the remaining maximum period of candidature. For example, if you are PhD students, full-time students, you have X semesters maximum to complete your study. So in the X semester, you feel like you cannot complete your study, then you can ask or you can apply to the faculty to change the mode of registration from the full-time to part-time. Okay. However, for the international students, you cannot apply to change the mode of registration because it is mandatory for you to be enrolled into the full-time mode of registration. However, before you want to make a application to change the mode of registration from full-time to part-time, you need to consider many aspects, and also you need to discuss with your supervisor because it will affect the duration of your study and also it will affect your research progress. For example, if you want to change the mode of registration from full-time to part-time, means that you will have a shortened semester to complete your study. However, if you change your mode of registration from full-time to part-time, so means that you have additional semester. Always take a look at your research progress. Always discuss with your supervisor what is the necessary steps to be taken in order for you to finish your experimental activities, in order to write your thesis, and also to complete all the evaluations at the faculty and university level. So the next section is about the course registration. For those who are required to undertake the basic course, then you need to attend the class, and also you need to take the evaluation that were conducted in that courses. And for your information, we have research methodology course with code of MP 120-12303. So this course must be completed in the first year of study. And in this course, we have two categories of evaluation, which is the preparation for the proposal report and also proposal oral presentation. So if you fail this course, you need to repeat the course in the next semester. So it means that you have to attend the class again, you have to take all the evaluation again. So for those who still not do the registration for this RMC course, then you can always go to our SMP system, and then you can try to be enrolled into this course. You need to choose the right course, which is MP 12303. So for the fees, okay, as I told you before, you need to pay all related fees for each semester, and also we need to follow the timeline, the specific timeline for the registration and also for the payment. If you want to withdraw from the program, then you need to be sure which time frame that will allow you to make a refund. If you are out of that timeline, so it means that no refund can be due. Okay, even though whatever reasons that you give. So you need to always careful. Either you want to make a registration or either you want to withdraw from the study, you need to follow the timeline according to the academic calendar. So this slide shows the method of payment for local students and international students. Actually, the bursar office already give information about the method of payment. So I will just skip this slide. Okay, the most important thing for you is proposal defense. You already registered for the postgraduate program last Saturday, and then you feel like I have new aspiration in order to finish my study without the specific time frame or timeline. However, the most important thing is that the first step for you at the faculty level is that you need to do the proposal defense. So this is the elements for the proposal defense, the basic elements. The first one is you need to identify the research title, and then you need to identify the research objectives, the literature review and methodology, including the theory and instruments. Some of you might think that I still don't have any idea about these 4 elements. So don't worry, you still have space and time to discuss with your supervisor. And then you can communicate with your supervisor how to prepare yourself in order to your proposal defense, because you have to follow this timeline in order for you to be able to continue with your research activities in the next semester. Okay, for example, here I take PhD students, social science cluster as an example. Okay, so for the full-time students, okay, you need to do your proposal defense not later than 3 semesters of your study. Okay, however, if you encounter any problems, for example, you have a health issue, maybe you still didn't achieve these 4 elements for your proposal defense, then you have another chance, 1 semester, okay, to appeal, to present your proposal defense in the next semester. Means that each of this semester you have another chance in which you just add 1 semester. If after 4th semester you still didn't present your proposal defense at faculty level, there will be an adverse consequences. For example, you will be given a fail status. So this is very important for you. You need to always check with your supervisor which semester you need to do the proposal defense, what is the elements needed to be included into the proposal defense. Okay, the next section is about the thesis or dissertation. Maybe after 3 years, after 4 years for PhD students. For master students, maybe around 1 year or 2 years, you are thinking about to prepare your thesis, right? So you need to always follow the UMS thesis or dissertation submission and writing guidelines in the year of 2018. And additional information that you shall not resubmit your thesis derived from your candidature at another university. So we are against the plagiarism. So means that before you submit your thesis for the evaluation process at CPS level, so means that you need to discuss with your supervisor in order to check the plagiarism or the percentage of the plagiarisms. Okay, so the similarities of your thesis should be less than 30%. So another important thing is that when you prepare your thesis or dissertation, you need to consider about the minimum and maximum words in order to write your thesis. For the Doctor of Philosophy by Research mode, your thesis should have minimum 50,000 words and maximum 100,000 words. For the Master by Research students, your thesis should have minimum 30,000 words and maximum 60,000 words. What happens if you are unable to fulfill this criteria? So it means that after a thorough discussion with your supervisor and also you see what is the justification in the situation, then you can apply to the Dean of the CPS the exemption. So means that if you write for PhD students, for example, if you write your thesis around 47,000 words, means that you are unable to fulfill the 50,000 words. Means that even with 3,000 words, you cannot complete your thesis, because after you discuss with your supervisor, you think that my thesis already complete. I have given all the data. I have provided all the necessary discussion. So that situation can be brought to the CPS. So means that you appeal to the dean of the CPS with 47,000 words of the thesis should be submitted for the evaluation process. Actually, the most important thing is that you need to always discuss with your supervisor how to encounter the problem. So the next section is about notice of thesis submission. Before you submit your thesis, the one important step is that you need to apply for the notice of thesis submission. So this process can be done if you submit the notice of thesis submission to the dean of the faculty before submitting the thesis to CPS for evaluation. And then this notice is valid for only for 6 months. So within this 6 months, you need to submit your thesis to CPS for evaluation process. And after 2 or 3 months, after CPS receive your thesis, then there will be an oral examination, which is viva voce. So the next section is about supervision. As I told you before, you need to maintain a close contact and a good relation with your supervisor, because they are the person who will help you to go through the research journey. So there shall be a frequent and regular contact between you and your supervisor, and sometimes you should be the one who initiate the meetings. Please bear in mind that there will be a research progress for every semester. If you have done nothing for your research progress, then your supervisor will not endorse the progress at the end of the semester. Then you will be encounter problems to continue your study in the upcoming semester. So this is the evaluation method. A master thesis shall be examined by one internal examiner and one external examiner, and a doctoral thesis shall be examined by one external examiner and 2 internal examiner for non-UMS staff. And there is an oral examination, which is viva voce, to defend the thesis in front of the oral examination committee. Another information is a status as a postgraduate student. If you does not register for 1 semester without written permission from the university, then you will be suspended from the study. So it means that you cannot use the university facility. For those who does not register for 2 semesters in a row without written permission from the university, then you will be terminated from your study. So you should be careful when you encounter any problem. Then you should submit the form for deferment. If you just missing like that within 1 year or 2 years, so you will be terminated from your study. Always discuss with your supervisor what is the best option that should be taken if you encounter any problem during your research journey. So this is the condition for conferment of degree. You need to fulfill the requirements stipulated by the CPS. And also you need to pass the viva voce, you need to submit digital copy thesis and settle all fees and liabilities to the university, fulfill publication requirement and attend the conference. So the next section is very important because this is your list of publication that should be fulfilled before the graduation process. So for the science cluster, okay, for PhD students, you need to submit 2 journal articles indexed by Scopus or Web of Science with at least accepted status and presented oral poster at any conference. Or you have another option. If you are thinking that publish an article journal is very hard for you, then you can opt for the book chapter publication. So if you opt for the combination of article journal and book chapter, you need to remember that you you need to publish also one journal article indexed by Web of Science or Scopus, and also you need to publish 2 chapters in book under the list of publisher Web of Science, master book list, or Scopus, or MAPIM, or any publishers approved by postgraduate committee. For the social science, for PhD students, you need to publish 1 journal article at least indexed by MySite, and 1 journal article indexed by Web of Science or Scopus. And if you opt for the combinations of article, journal, and book chapter, you need to remember that you need to give us a proof of 1 journal article indexed by Web of Science or Scopus, and also 2 chapters in book. If you calculate the option A and option B, means that for option A, you need to publish 2 article journal. If you opt for if you choose for the option B, then you need to provide us with 3 publication. How you want to decide, either you choose for option A and option B, it depends on your research progress, and also you need to always discuss with your supervisor. So publication or conference for master students, for the science students, you need to have at least 1 journal article indexed by Scopus or Web of Science, and also presented oral or poster at any conference. For social science students, you need to give us 1 journal article indexed by MySite or Scopus or Web of Science with at least accepted status, and presented oral or poster at any conference. So maybe my sharing session this morning does not cover all of information for you in your research journey. However, you can always log into our CPS website. There will be different documents there available for you, and also it will help you, guide you throughout your research journey. So this is the display for our website. For example, we have a lots of folder over there. I hope that you can open one by one and check the document inside. It can be helpful for you. It will guide you through your research. And also, if you have any inquiries or question, you can always contact postgraduate coordinator at faculty, center, academic, or institute level. And also you can come to CPS buildings, and then you can discuss with our secretariat in order to solve some issue or problem. So this is the, if you still remember, this is a few photos during the last Saturday. So your research journey starts here. I'm sure that you can do the best for your research, and then you can complete your study within the stipulated time. And if you have any problems, you can always discuss with your supervisor. You can discuss with the postgraduate coordinators at faculty level, and also you can discuss with the CPS team. We are here. We are trying to help you. So thank you everyone for listening my sharing session this morning, and all the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asmahani, for a very clear and well summarized briefing on the important rules and procedures here at UMS. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 5-minute break to prepare for our next session. We appreciate you for staying with us, and we look forward to seeing you back here shortly. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have you back with us. The next speaker for this morning is Associate Professor Dr. Dayang Noriza Awangkifli, who will brief us on the program procedures and rules at the UMS Center for External Education, UMS FLEG. Please welcome Dr.
Okay, thank you to our MC. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi, good morning, and welcome to the UMS University Malaysia Sabah Flexible Education Center, UMS FLEG. First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully being accepted into postgraduate studies. This is a remarkable achievement and a proud moment in your academic journey. Gaining admission at this level reflect your dedication, hard work, and determinations to pursue knowledge at a higher level. We are truly delighted to have you as part of our postgraduate community at UMS FLEG. We are committed to providing the support, guidance, and resources you need to excel. Okay, let me introduce the UMS FLEG academic team who will be supporting your journey. Okay, as you can see in the slide, myself as a Deputy Director Academic, and then our Assistant Registrar, Normala Awang Abbas, Assistant Administrative Officer for Diploma, Undergrad, Postgraduate, Eldon Myson J. Binjon, Assistant Administrative Officer for Admission and Student Affairs, Husin Najawi, Assistant Information Technology Officer for ICT, Absan Fariswan Bidin, Administrative Assistant for Postgraduate, Han Muhammad Farid Kushairi Asni, Administrative Support for Diploma and Undergrad, Analyst Charles. Okay, let me go to the postgraduate academic calendar 2025-2026. For your information, this academic calendar does not apply to the Dr. PH and MPH programs. For the Dr. PH and MPH programs, please refer to your program coordinator. Okay, for this one is for the coursework and the Miss Mode programs. As you can see, registration for new student first for the semester 1, and this one is for the semester 2. For the semester 1, for the semester 1 is on the 16 August 2025, is last Saturday. And then for the university briefing is on 19 August, is today. Okay, for the course registrations, this one is for the new and current postgraduate student from 1st September 2025 until 14 September 2025. Okay, and the late course registrations is from the 15 September 2025 until 28 September 2025. And there is an additional pay for RM 50 ringgit per course will be imposed if you let course registration. Okay, and then for the suspensions of candidature is on the 29 September 2025. Student will be suspended from their studies if they fail to register. And then there are penalty of 200 ringgit and additional 50 ringgit per course will be imposed for late registration. Deferment of study from 1st of September 2025 until 28 September 2025. And then the classes will be start on the 15th September 2025 until 21st of December 2025. Add and drop courses is from week 2 until week 4 is from 22nd of September 2025 until 12th October 2025. That one is for the first semester. And the second semester, the registration for the new student on the 14th February 2026. University briefing on the 17th February 2026. Course registrations from 16th February 2026 until 1st of March 2026. Late course registrations 2nd March 2026 until 15 March of 2026. Suspension of candidature 16 March 2026. Deferment of study 16 February 2026 until 15 March 2026. Classes 23rd of February 2026 until 31st of May 2026. Add and drop courses on the 16 March 2026 until 5 April 2026. Okay, and then for the withdrawal from the course is, hold on, for the semester for the semester 1, 13 October 2025 until 9 November 2025. The revision week is from 22nd December 2025 until 28 December 2025. The final examinations 29 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. For the semester break is 19 January 2026 until 15 February 2026. For the second semester, the withdrawal from the course will be from the 6th April 2026 until 3rd of May 2026. The revision week, the 1st of June 2026 until 7 June 2026. The final examinations from 8 June 2026 until 28 June 2026. And the semester break will be from the 29 June 2026 until 30 August 2026. Okay, and then we go to the duration of studies. Okay. The duration of studies of your postgraduate program depends on whether you are enrolled as a full-time or part-time student. Please plan your study schedule carefully according to the program structure. Okay, for the postgraduate diploma for the full-time, the minimum is 2 semesters and the maximum is 4 semesters. For the part-time, 3 semesters and the maximum is 6 semesters. For the master degree is 2 semesters and the maximum is 6 semesters. For the part-time, 4 semesters and 8 semesters. For the maximum is 8 semesters. For the doctoral degree, full-time is minimum 6 semesters. For the maximum is 10 semesters. And for the part-time, 8 semesters. The maximum is 12 semesters. And for the postgraduate diploma, the minimum credit hours is 30 credit hours. The master's degree, the minimum is 40 credit hours, and the doctoral degree minimum is 80 credit hours. Okay, we go to the credit hours per semester. For the postgraduate diploma, for the full-time, minimum is 8 credit hours per semester. Maximum is 16 credit hours per semester. For the part-time, the minimum is 6 credit hours per semester, and the maximum is 10 credit hours per semester. For the master degree, full-time, 9 credit hours for semester, maximum 20 credit hours per semester. For the part-time, 6 credit hours per semester, and for the maximum is 12 credit hours per semester. For the doctoral degree, full-time is 10 credit hours per semester. The maximum is 2 credit hours per semester. For the part-time, 8 credit hours per semester, and the maximum is 14 credit hours for semester. And please remember that each program requires students to register for a specific number of credit hours as stipulated in the curriculum. And please take note of the required minimum and maximum load per semester to ensure smooth progress in your studies. Failure to complete studies with the given time will result in terminations without notice from the university. Okay, now we go to the audit course. For your information, audit courses are only applicable to the student of the Faculty of Psychology and Social Work. Student may register to attend any audit courses. Audit courses are not counted towards the calculations of GPA or grade point average. Student must still comply with regulations related to lecture, attendance, examination, and etc. Okay, now we go to the course registration. Okay, it is compulsory for students to pay their fees and register for courses each semester within 2 weeks from the official registration date set by the university. Students who fail to register within this period must pay a 50 ringgit late fee per course, subject to approval from the relevant faculty, center, academy, or institute. A penalty of 200 ringgit will be imposed for late registration beyond the second week. Students who do not register after the 4th week will be given a suspension of studies status without prior written notice from the university. Students who fail to register for 2 consecutive semesters will be terminated from studies without prior written notice from the university. Students also add or drop courses from week 2 to week 4. Okay, and then withdrawal from courses is from week 5 to week 8. Fees will not refunded. Okay. Okay, now we go to the deferment of study. Application for deferment must be made before the new semester begins, or no later than week 4 of the semesters. Applications after week 4 will only be considered for health reason, supported by medical confirmation from a panel doctor which appointed by the university. Students are not allowed to defer study for more than 2 consecutive semesters. Okay, last but not least, we go to the study status. For the pass status, for the student who obtain of CGPA of 3.00 and above, conditional pass or LB. LB is lulus bersyarat. Student who obtain CGPA between 2.33 and 2.99. Fail and discontinued or GB. GB means gagal berhenti. Okay, this is for the student who remain in LB, lulus bersyarat status, for 2 consecutive semesters, or student who obtain a CGPA below 2.33 in any semester. Student under GB is gagal berhenti status, will lose their student status and be terminated from the program. Okay, once again, congratulations on the beginning your postgraduate journey with UMS FLAG. We believe that each of you has the potential to achieve excellence. Stay focused and manage your time wisely. Remember, postgraduate study is not only about earning a degree. It is about growing as a researcher, a thinker, and a professional. Together, let us make this journey meaningful and successful. We wish you the best in your studies, and we look forward to working this academic journey together with you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Doctor, for that informative briefing. Before we move on, let's take a 5-minute break. We will see you all again shortly. Thank you very much.
Testing. Selamat datang ke penerbit UMS. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are ready for this next briefing, as it is very important for all UMS postgraduate students. Our next speaker will be discussing on publication matters. It is my pleasure to invite the Deputy Head of Publication at UMS Press, Dr. Siti Nur Shafa Binti Bakri. She will be briefing us on UMS Press and its services. Please welcome, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much, Atira. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. By the way, I am the Deputy Director of UMS Press, and I welcome all students, the new intake of 2025 and 2026. Let me begin to introduce to you about UMS Press or Penerbit UMS. In every universities, we do provide, every university will have their own press. So in UMS, it is known as Penerbit UMS or UMS Press. And if you go to our, if you refer to our slide, and if you we provide editorial, journal, conference, bookstore, and printing. Okay, and what we do most of the time is, okay, we are the center to receive your manuscript to publish as a book. Okay, so a brief about Penerbit UMS, where we were started and known as a unit penerbitan, and our birthday is March 1998, so making us now 27. Okay, no, 26, 24, 27. And actually, UMS has operated since the foundation of UMS as prescribed under the Constitution of UMS, and we were rebranding as Penerbit UMS. Or UMS Press on July 15, 2014 in the 176th meeting of the Management Committee of UMS. And our services at UMS Press, mostly as editorials, we are also the center to facilitate our internal in-house journals, and we also do printings and provide bookstores. So all our books that provided through our editorial parts will be sold through our bookstore. And not only bookstore, we also bring all the books through book fair, book exhibition, and in the same time we also provide as we also serve as a platform if you were looking for a conference that were organized by UMS. So overall, in UMS Press, mostly because we involve publishing, so we do we have editorial session. We saw after doing all the editorial parts, reviewing, layout, dummy, okay, processing all the manuscript, and we will publish or printing in our printing unit, and let the marketing do the distribution. And our office for now, okay, we are same building with Pasca in level 2. Okay, if in case you're looking for us to submit your manuscript, so far we're still operating in Pasca. It could be this year, before end of this year, we will move back to UMS Library. Okay, but bear with us for follow us in our Facebook. Our official announcement will be posted through our Facebook. Okay, and also our Kedai Buku, the UMS bookstore, previously in library, due to renovation, so we will launch another new, I would say, branch of our Kedai Buku at the lobby PPIB next to the Confucius Institute. Okay, so please bear with us. It will be happening this month. Okay, and for these talks to everyone, I will focus more on publishing with books, publishing with us through books or our journals, We have 2 Scopus journal in my site, so this could help for your publication for entire your master or PhD journey. So you can also you will also looking for a conference. So if you have that interest to join any conference that are organized by our UMS faculty, either national or international level, so you can go to our UPC website. Then we will provide you with all the information, and I welcome any Q&A session through all this talk. Okay, so from our website, Penerbit UMS or UMS Press. So if you want to submit a book, you can refer to our guideline and our forms and download from there. And all the manuscript should be fulfill our publication policy. So in this policy, we provide guideline throughout your submission. Okay, and you may submit to us, okay, manuscript in terms of academic books. So we will provide you the template, so you can go to our website and download, or directly call our staff. And inshallah, our system of submitting manuscript is now 90% ready. So you can once it's ready, you can by hope next year we will fully digital, so you can submit everything online, so we can track where is the stages of your manuscript. And also the textbook, journal, or a fed script, coffee table book, or special publication. Okay, for academic book, so I know there are students, especially from the arts or social science, that in the beginning already have the write-up. So you may please either you consider to be that content is a review paper, or please also consider to be as an academic books, okay? Or monograph. I understand that some supervisor would like to have their monograph, so the students may also take this advantage, and you can send to us, and we provide all the editorial parts, as well as general books. Okay. And for the languages, when you submit us the manuscript, we would delighted to have in Malay and English version, English or Malay. But we also, for case by cases, we welcome languages, other languages. But please contact us for further information. Okay. And all this information so far, we still require you to submit through a form. So you can download all the form from our website. Okay. So these are the selection if we do all the publication and printing, especially for the book. Okay. So to give you an idea, since we are in the Borneo, we would like to have something history or culture and ethnic diversity in Sabah. For instance, clothing, food, music, adat resam, languages. We do have example of books, adat resam orang Bugis macam tu ada, kaum-kaum di Sabah. So we also have that macam education. So we have all these psychology books, like sports and exercise science. Okay. Even rehab books, okay, you can look for it. Psychology, counseling and communication, okay. History of Borneo, okay. Tanwo, Eskom, Ezon, okay. All these related to Sabah are highly welcome. Even not, is are still welcome to be published with us. Okay. And in order for your books to be published, it will be go to this process, what we call as the editorial parts. So it will be also reviewed. You also have to be improved by the authors, and overall it will took about 26 weeks, or around 4 months, 4 to 6 months. Okay. And that is about the books. And I also welcome you to publish article through our internal journal. Okay, so we have around 10 index my site journal our journal, where two of them are Scopus, which is the Asian Myrmecology, as well as Journal of Tropical Biology and Conservation, or JTBC. These both are now indexed as Scopus, in the same time also on my site. Other than that, we also have the BGMS, or Borneo Journal of Medical Sciences, and Borneo Science, that was organized by Faculty of Science and Technology. And the other my side journals are the SAPJ, Journal of Southeast Asia Psychology, MJBE, Malaysian Journal of Business and Economics, Journal of Pusat Penataran Ilmu dan Bahasa, LBIBF, Labuan Bulletin of International Business and Finance, and Labuan E, Journal of Muamalat and Society, or LJMS. Okay. Other than that, we have various category and field of knowledge. Okay, so we are welcome for you to give your submit your journal or article to our internal journal. Okay. So based on field, so we have natural science, we have social science and humanities, and others. Okay. In conjunction with our journal, in penerbit or UMS Press, we also provide some grant or dana that related to the publication. So if you intend or have the intention to publish your books and use our dana, we have this scheme dana and modul pengajaran module. I know maybe some of you here are the postgraduate student from the Faculty of Education, and most of you, maybe some of you are the teachers. So you have this that related module in building up for your PhD. So why don't you try to talk with your supervisor and apply for this grant? Okay. But basically for module, we highlight that it should be used by the student of UMS on that particular subject. But if not, we still open a grant, what we call as a scheme dana penerbitan buku. Okay, it's still open until September. So you may, if you have that manuscript, talk with your supervisor. If you can publish and use this dana. Tapi kalau in case you do not able to use this dana, it's actually we still provide our channel through penerbit that you can still submit your manuscript and we still accept. I would say free of charge for you, but we all the expenses is on us. That's for the books. In the same time, we also have this dana penerbitan article. If your article, I know, so in order for you to complete your study, if for master and PhD, you have to submit publish an article. So while you publishing, if that particular publisher require you the APC or the article processing fee, so we provide you the grant. So we have various what we call as a SDPA 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and we have this special allocation dana or grant. If you publish to our My Site journal, we have that 10 internal journal. So you can apply if that journal has this publication fee. But if it doesn't, most of our journal, in-house journal are free, except one journal, but you still can have this incentive penerbitan, or if there is the journal have this APC, you can go to SDPAD. But in the same time, if there is no fee from our internal journal, which is My Site and above, so you can apply this incentive penerbitan. In fact, vice versa, instead of you pay, we pay for you because you submit the article. So I understand our MC here with me, Atira, is a PhD student. So please maybe submit to any of our MASA journal, and you may able to get this incentive, 300 ringgits. Not much, but it's still to encourage to have more publication for our internal journal. And for our books, we sell not only in our physical bookstore, so we have our online bookstore, and we're quite active actually in our Shopee. So feel free to go to our website or to go to also from TikTok. Soon we will launch our bookstore, and we're going to have our bag kuning in TikTok, so you can look for what are the books that are offered from our bookstore from Penerbit UMS. Not only books from UMS, we also actually sell some books that are co-published with us. Okay, so these are the example of the books that you may have from our bookstore. So this is from our Shopee. Okay, some students are looking for Arab Bahasa, Asas Bahasa Arab, or nursing guideline. Okay, if you're looking for your research to support your readings or your publication, please use our books. Okay, and once your books are published, and we will market, so not only in our bookstore, so whenever we go, especially Penerbit will joining actively in books exhibition, national, local, national, as well as international. So we will bring your books. Okay, we bring especially UMS books, so to all the exhibition. So for instance, as on slide, we've been to Pesta Buku Tawau, Pesta Buku Labuan, and our recent international participation was in Pesta Buku Antarabangsa Beijing, or BIBF, Beijing International Book Fest. It was in June. And coming soon, this nearest time, next week, this week actually is Pesta Buku Brunei, that will be on 22nd of August until 31st of August. So meet us there at Pesta Buku Brunei. Or you can tell your colleague, or I understand we also have international students. So you may see us in Pesta Buku Brunei at Barakas. Okay. And also another counterparts of our colleague, I would say, is Pesta Buku Borneo, organized by Unimas. Okay, this is actually a every year event, but every 2 years, for instance, this year is Unimas is the main organizer. So next year is UMS. So last year we was conducting this Pesta Buku Borneo at SICC. So this coming October, we have going to have this Pesta Buku Borneo at Detar Putra Unimas. So also please join us and all other publisher during this Pesta Buku Borneo. Another one, last one, I would say our feast or Pesta Buku Antarabangsa Kota Kinabalu, or we call it as PBAKK, or in Kota Kinabalu International Book Fair, that will be held on in SICC on 12 to 16 November in 2025. So please joining us. This will be a great opportunity for all Sabahan. So please come from anywhere parts of Sabah. In the same time, UMS also organizing our Digiverse or digital fair. So it's going to be a massive at the SICC. So together with us during this book fair is also BWB and all the vendor, book fair, bookstore, publisher, okay, and in the same time we are also a digital fair. So joining us in SICC, Kota Kinabalu, okay, and in UMS Press, not only books, we also selling merchandise, and since we have our printer, so we also print book, thesis, envelopes, banner, okay, all those things, okay. So this is our printing section. So far we operated at the Bangunan Pusat Islam, but we also will be moving in PPIB. And for printing, so we provide these name cards, flyers, brochure, bookmarks. So in case you have event in conjunction with your activity, you can reach to us to printing service that we provided. Okay, one last point is about our joint conference with us. Okay, in UMS Press, any of the conference that will be organized by any faculty or institute, they will be registered. So UMS Press will be the center to cater all these registered conference. So what we offer is, if you are looking for a conference, especially especially the legit one, okay, that official and organized by UMS. So you can go to UMS Press Conference or upc.ums.edu.my. So we will updating and all the conference that will be organized by a UMS faculty. So it will be including either national level, university level, as well as international level. So coming soon is ICAT in the same time, okay? ICAT in this month, and few others, okay? Okay, I think with that, I welcome you to UMS, and you can go to our website, especially ums.edu.my or our UPC website to updates with the conference. Okay, I've passed back to our MC Atira. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siti, our Deputy Director of UMS Press. We truly appreciate the very valuable information you have provided us. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all for our morning briefing session. Thank you for your attention throughout this morning. We have now reached our lunch break. But please make sure to be back online for our next session, which will begin promptly at 1:45 p.m. So have a pleasant break, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you again here at 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So glad to have you back with us for this next session. It is my pleasure to introduce the speaker for our library briefing, the senior librarian at the UMS Library, Madam Nurul Ain. Please welcome, Madam.
Okay, thank you, Miss Moderator, Miss Atira. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Okay, first of all, on behalf of UMS Library, I would like to warmly welcome all of you. Congratulations. Welcome to the new student and welcome back the alumni. And I believe this has truly significant milestone and we are delighted to be part of your academic success. So today's briefing, I would like to share information about UMS Library. Okay. All right. Wait for a moment. Okay. All right. Okay. So as you can see on my slide, this is the content of my briefing. It is about location, our operational hour, our official website, the services and the facilities that are available in UMS Library. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Let's take a look on our location. Of course, the main library located at the main campus, Kota Kinabalu. Also, we're supported by mini perpustakaan mini library. There are 2 mini library, one located at the Faculty of Medicine and Hospital, and we have mini multimedia library at the Engineering Faculty. And then meanwhile at Labuan campus, we have library that cater the student for Faculty of Computer and Informatics. And then we have library at Sandakan to cater the Faculty of Agriculture. So you are welcome and you are welcome to use and visit any of our library that are the nearest to you. Okay. Right, then let's take a look at our operating hour. Right, okay. So our operating hour will follow the undergraduate academic calendar. So right now is the semester break. So we open from Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. only to until 5 p.m. Saturday we open from 9 to 1 p.m. and Sunday and public holiday we close. So during semester and exam period, we open from Monday to Friday. Okay, Monday to Friday, from 8:30 to 10:30 p.m. Meanwhile, Saturday and Sunday we start from 8:30 to 6 p.m. So we close on public holiday. So we will continue to open until 10:30 during October. All right. So how to start using the library? Okay, how to start to access our resources? Okay, you can explore our collection through our library system that we call Web OPAC. With Web OPAC, you can search for reference materials that you need. We have varieties from printed to a wide range of electronic resources, printed materials, for example, book, thesis, journals, magazine, and the electronic resources. We have database, e-journal, e-books, UMSIR, and e-access. These electronic resources I'll explain later. Okay, how to access to the Web OPAC? You can access via UMS website, the red one, as you can see on your slide, and then, or you can easily using any search engine like Google, you can search for UMS Library, And then on the first page of UMS Library official website, as you can see, there's Discovery UMS Library. So that is our web OPEC. Okay. Okay, so this one is really valuable to you. I'm sure you will search for article, especially for your research writing. We subscribe 12 databases like ACM, clinical skills. We have Gesto, Emerald, Up to Date, Passport. Okay, we have ProQuest, Scopus, Science Direct, and Springer. Okay, and each of these database have different subject. For example, the Science Direct and Springer, where you can access for both science and social science content. And we also have 10 platform of ebooks like EBSCO, KB. We have Emerald Eyes. This is the new one. Okay. And then we have IG Global, Taylor and Francis. And then we have 19 title of e-journals. Okay, the e-journals are provided based on the faculty. Okay, how to access to the e-resources? You will need to log in by using your Sistem Maklumat Pelajar credential, which means you need to use your UMS email and password. Okay, so then you can access the e-resources 24/7 from anywhere, and you can download the full text. And then we have UMS Institutional Repository, or we call it UMSIR. This is a digital archive where we collect and digitize all the works from lecturers and UMS students, like the journal article, theses, academic exercise. Okay, we digitize the collection and put into the database so you can access to the full text, but you need to log in also by using your Sistem Maklumat Pelajar. Otherwise, you just can access to the first 24 pages only. Okay, the next one is the additional research tools. We have turned it in. This is the plagiarism checking tools. Okay, and then we have Mendeley reference management software. It is to manage your citation and reference easily. Okay, and then we have Bloomberg Terminal. This Bloomberg Terminal is a real-time data market analysis. And then we have only one Bloomberg Terminal at the main library. So it is first come, first serve basis. Okay, that's all for the collection. So next will be the circulation services. Okay. Okay, the circulation services will cover the borrowing, renewal, and reservation item process. So as a postgraduate student, you are eligible to borrow 30 items for 1 month. So you can borrow for general collection, the serial collection. We have also multimedia collection, and we have spatial collection, red spot collection. Except for the research collection, it is for the internal reference only. Research collection is referred to the thesis and academic exercise. But don't worry, you remember UMSIR, we have the UMS Institutional Repository, where you can access the thesis online. Okay. Right. Okay. So all the circulation process can be done at the circulation counter. Okay. However, for renewal and reservation, it can be made online. Okay, via your My UMS library account that you need to access from the library website. So you can renew your borrowing. Okay, for up to 3 times, up to 3 times before the due date. Okay, as long as the book is not reserved by other, you still can renew your borrowing. And then you can make reservation for currently on loan item. which means if you find the book borrowed by other student, you can reserve the book. So you can borrow the book after the student return it. Okay, and I would like to remind you, if you borrow, please do not forget to return the books, okay? Because 50 cents will be charged per book and per day for late return. And if you lost the book, you will be charged at the book price. For example, the book price is 200 ringgit. You need to pay for 200 ringgit plus 50 ringgit processing fee. Okay, and if you don't want to pay for the book price, you can make replacement for new books, same title, same edition. That is for a new edition, you need to replace it. Okay, so all the fines can be paid through online. So I would like to remind you again. Okay, all fine must be settled to avoid failure in getting the scroll during the convocation. Okay. Okay, next is the services that we provide if you have difficulties to search for books or you don't have time to come to library. Okay, you can use our services request, collect and go. So on the slide you can see the flow chart, how to make requests. You need the first one, you need to make sure the book available in the library by searching by using the web OPAC, okay? And then the second one, you need to identify where is the location of the materials. Library staff will prepare the book and you just come to library to pick up. Okay, it is like a drive-through service, okay? And we also can assist you to borrow from other institution, like other universities or library branches like UITM, okay, and that is for the collection that not available in UMS library collection. All right, we call it interlibrary loan. So you can make through request through online form or at the circulation counter. Okay. Then I think this is also services that will be beneficial for you. We conduct the information literacy class at the main campus, and it is also available at library branches. Okay, in this class, there are 5 modules that you can choose. As you can see on the slide, we have module 1, basic library reference materials, and we have module 2, online public access catalog. We will teach you how to use the web OPAC, and we have module 3, online database. So we will teach you how to use the database and search for the materials that you need. And module 4, this is a very high demand among the postgraduate student. It's Mendeley. We will teach you how to manage your citation, manage your reference by using the reference management tools. Okay, and then we have module 5, turn it in, whereby you can learn how the turn it in working. So this class available Monday to Friday. We have morning session from 9 a.m. to 11, and we have evening session from 2:30 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. So you can choose time and day based on your schedules. Okay. Okay. Next is this is the facilities that we have. We have a discussion area such as postgraduate research room, and this is a very famous area also among postgraduates. And we have a discussion room, and then we have smart classroom that can accommodate 30 people, and we have event space like auditorium and also bilik tayangan. And then we have reading area like cubicle room, and then we have 24 hours study room, and we also provide PWD room, And then we have a mini cafe inside the library, and then we have mini convenience store outside. This is near to the foyer, and then we have also we have surau. Okay. So for this area, especially for the seminar room, discussion area, like the event space auditorium, you can make booking online. We have a library room booking system that enable you to make booking. Okay, next, you can scan this QR code to read our rules and regulation. And this guidebook also can be accessed through our website. Okay. Okay, next one be okay. Please follow and subscribe our social media. We have various social media like Facebook, we have Telegram, we have TikTok, and then we have YouTube. Okay, this is where we posted all the information and announcement about library. So then you can keep up to date with us, and do not forget to save our WhatsApp number. Okay, 088-320-232. It's easier for you to contact and ask any inquiries about library. So I think that's all. Okay, even though my briefing was very short, okay, I think I've highlighted the services and collection that you should know and is very important to you. And I would like to end my session with this caption from our scholar Albert Einstein. Okay, the only thing that you have to know is the location of the library. Thank you and all the best for your postgraduate journey.
Thank you, Madam Nurul Ain, for that very helpful and comprehensive briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 5-minute break. We look forward to seeing you all back here soon. Thank you.
Oh boleh. Boleh tengok dulu kalau cantik.
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting. The next topic we'll be discussing is postgraduate student welfare and scholarships at UMS. This topic will be presented by the Deputy Dean of Student Affairs at the Center for Postgraduate Studies, Dr. Oscar Dosin. The stage is now yours, Doctor.
Yeah, very good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, Miss Atira. Thank you once again. And also, I would like to again welcome all of our new students who have registered in this new semester, semester 1, session 2025-2026. Yeah, so welcome to UMS and welcome to the Center for Postgraduate Studies. And our discussion or briefing for this afternoon is about issues related to student affairs in the Center for Postgraduate Studies. Yeah. So these are the objectives or the structure of the briefing for this afternoon. I'll begin by introducing the theme to everyone. And then we'll look into what are the financial assistance or scholarships, yeah, in which we offer to all of our postgraduate students. And also what are the types of seminars and conferences which we conducted here, as well as our health facilities and insurance coverage and other academic and non-academic related activities. All right, so here we are, okay, at HGP or Section Hal Ehwal Pelajar, the Student Affairs section in the Center for Postgraduate Studies in UMS. We are quite a small team, but our team is responsible in coordinating, yeah, the postgraduate student welfare, including the financial assistance, organizing academic workshops, scholarship or sponsorship, health facilities in the university. We are also looking into managing the insurance for our students, especially for our international postgraduate students, and other non-academic activities and student consultations. So this is our team. We are led by our Dean, yeah, Professor Dr. Murnizam Haji Halik. and there are two deputy deans at the center. The first one, I believe all of you guys, you met her this morning. Associate Professor Dr. Asmahani Awang is our deputy dean for academic and international. And myself, I'm looking into the unit of student affairs at the center. And with us this afternoon, we have Madam Herlina Jupiter. She's the head of student affairs section. And also Madam Nur Fadzila Rosli is our officer who is in charge of operation and administration at the section. All right. Now let's begin with the financial assistance and scholarship, of our at the center, So in UMS in general, we offer this postgraduate assistance scheme, to all of our students. But I would like to emphasize that this is a competitive scholarship, I would say. We offer both for our Malaysian students as well as for our international students. Now, what are the requirements for this? Okay, for the teaching assistance scheme, or we call it as SPP, this is offered to all of our Malaysian citizens, all right, who are eligible. Okay, for master's student or master's candidate, you must be enrolled in your first or second semester. And for PhD students, you must be within 3 semesters. And at the same time, you must have presented your proposal at the faculty level. You have defended your proposal at the faculty level in order for you to be eligible to apply for this postgraduate assistance scheme. And in addition to that, you also need to enroll as a full-time research student. That is very important for you to take note. And other criteria are stated here in the slide. Whereas, for the international tuition fee scheme for our international student, this is SYPA. The condition and the requirements are the same. So master student, you must be within your 2 semesters, whereas for PhD students within the 3 semesters. And at the same time, you have presented your proposal at the faculty level for proposal defense within this semester. All right. So we have recently concluded the postgraduate assistance scheme application for semester 2, 2024-2025, and offer has been made to all the successful applicants. As I mentioned earlier, this is a competitive scholarship or financial assistance offered to our postgraduate students. So besides the criteria or the requirements which I've mentioned earlier, other than that, okay, you have to attend interviews, and the interviews usually will be headed by a panel from our Senate members, or at least a senior academic in the university. All right, and there are other requirements or conditions, such as, you must have presented your paper, for an example, in an international conference, or at least you have a manuscript published during the duration of this of your study, at least in the first part of your studies, in order for you to get this scholarship. So a good news to everyone, for this semester. Okay, we will be opening the application for semester 1, for the session of 2025 to 2026, somewhere at the end of September and early October this year. So please get yourself updated, all right, about this postgraduate assistance scheme, okay, from the Center for Postgraduate Studies. All right, so these are the recipients of our postgraduate assistance scheme last year, for 2 semesters. Okay, as you can see, we offer quite a number, yeah, across various faculties, okay, and also we do offer for both PhD candidates as well as masters by research, yeah. Now, moving forward for health facilities, starting from last year, 2024, yeah, for the health facilities here at University Malaysia Sabah, all right, all students registered at the university, okay, you're covered under this scheme Perkhidmatan Kesihatan UMS. Okay, so just in case if you need a treatment, you must go to our polyclinic here at the university, or the one we have in Kingfisher, all right, and at Hospital UMS or any government hospitals or clinics, yeah. And these are the insurance coverage, yeah, for our students, all right. And make sure as well at the same time, okay, you have activated your card Prihatin Siswa. Okay, this is very important, okay, because you're going to use this, yeah, for, I mean, as a student, okay, for as long as you registered as a student at the university. Now, moving forward to our activities here, yeah, academic related activities at the university. Under the section of student affairs, we are coordinating the postgraduate awards ceremony. Yeah, this is an annual award ceremony, okay, for the Center for Postgraduate Studies, yeah, in which, yeah, in this award ceremony, we are awarding, yeah, recipients, graduates of the university based on these awards here, yeah. So we do have, right, for an example here, Anugerah Aspirasi Pascasiswazah. This is awarded to all graduates, yeah, who managed to graduate on time. So for full-time master students, okay, you're expected to graduate within 4 semesters. Whereas for PhD, it's no longer 8 semesters here, okay. I mean, forgive me because of this error. Just recently, according to the MIRA requirements, yeah, for PhD, the GOT requirements is 7 semesters. Okay, and in addition to that, okay, we do have these other awards such as thesis terbaik for both science and also social science cluster. All right, best students for program kerja khusus or coursework, and also best students overall, yeah, for masters and PhD. All right, and these are our recipients from last semester. Okay, we can see here, I mean, the award ceremony was being officiated by our Datuk Vice Chancellor, Professor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur, and the rest of the Dean are here as well, together with our current Professor, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic, who is actually our former Dean at the Center for Postgraduate Study. Professor Dr. Rosita is also there. Okay. So other than that, okay, in regards to non-academic and academic activities, okay, we do conduct workshops, courses, symposiums, seminars, and conferences. All right. Whereas for our non-academic activities, we work closely with our Postgraduate Student Association, okay, which I believe our representative will be sharing with you guys this afternoon, yeah, on their activities. And we did conducted in the previous years a study visit to Prince of Songkla University in Thailand, and then several CSR activity with community, with the surrounding community, yeah. So in relation to our seminar and workshop here at the Center for Postgraduate Studies, as you can see from the slides, these are some of the seminars and workshop series which we have conducted this year. Okay, we managed to invite Professor Dr. Rasid Mail, our former TNCA as well, okay, at the beginning of the year. And then we have Professor Dr. Balakrishnan from University Malaysia Kelantan. Okay, he came and we invited him. He came to UMS. All right. Other than that, okay, we do have a workshop on qualitative and quantitative data analysis, as well as our writing workshop, which recently being concluded. Yeah. So to all of you guys, yeah, the new students, okay, we welcome you to join this workshop and seminar series, especially on writing workshop or data analysis workshop, for an example, okay, because this will help you with your studies. Yeah, I know that, okay, all of you guys will be attending this research methodology course, yeah, which will be conducted by the faculty. But at the Center for Postgraduate Studies, we do conduct several seminar series as well, yeah, because we know that, I mean, as graduate students, okay, we need this type of courses for us, yeah. All right, so other than that, we have this annual 3 minutes thesis competition. Since 2024, last year, we have rebranded it as the Piala Naib Chancellor UMS. So for this year, okay, this is our competition, all right, and the winner and the first runner-up, okay, will represent the university at the national level. So this year we have our three colleagues here, yeah, Ms. Wan Nur Shuhaida from Biotechnology Research Institute, okay, Dr. S. Muhammad Izzuddin from the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, and Ms. Intan Zainab Muhammad Bustan from the Faculty of Business Economics and Accountancy. All right, okay, they are the representative for UMS, and they are actually the semi-finalists at the national level, yeah. And this is our poster or our hebaan for this year. All right, and last year, all right, for this Piala Naib Chancellor, our graduate, all right, Dr. Rafida Razali, she actually won the first runner-up and People's Choice Award at the national level. All right, and Dr. Rafida is now currently attached with University Malaysia Sarawak. Yeah. So next year, yeah, I mean, this might be very early, but just how to say it, I mean, an early announcement to all of you guys who are here this afternoon. All right, for our 3 minutes thesis competition, Piala Naib Chancellor UMS for 2026, yeah, you can start your preparation now. We are expecting to host this Piala Naib Chancellor 2026 in April next year. Yeah? All right. So in addition to that, we also have this Borneo International Postgraduate Symposium at UMS, or BIPS at UMS. This is an annual symposium dedicated for all of our postgraduate students as well. So for this year, the symposium is being scheduled on the 22nd until the 24th of October. Yep. So we welcome participation from all of our postgraduate students. All right, this is an early call for papers. All right, we will update this announcement later this month, okay, because we have just secured two keynote speakers for this symposium. So you guys can actually join this symposium, okay, from the 2nd until the 24th of October this year, yeah. And this is what we did last year, yeah, with BIPS at UMS 2024. All right, we managed to secure several invited speakers, yeah, and two keynote speakers, all right, for our symposium last year. And it is being participated by more than 100 participants, yeah, from UMS as well as from our neighboring university here. All right, so these are the participants during the opening ceremony. Okay, now moving on, okay, with our Postgraduate Student Association. All right, Miss Atira herself, okay, who is our MC for this event today. I mean, she is part of our Postgraduate Student Association. So for 2024 until 2025, this is a 2 years terms limit. All right. The president is Mr. Pata Arifin Husin from ASTIF, while the deputy president is Miss Carla Goncalves, yeah, and Miss Atira is actually our secretary, and our treasurer is Mr. Alif Muazzam, yeah, and we have other excos as well. So they are representing you guys, yeah, for this 2 year session until 2025 this year, yeah. So these are our activities, okay, our related activities such as retreat and CSR activities from last year until this year, all right? And as I mentioned earlier, we concluded our year in 2024, yeah, with a study visit and our international postgraduate seminar. Okay, we were being invited by the International Business Journal Club, yeah, from the Faculty of Management Science at the Prince of Songkla University for this collaboration. So we went there back in November, and two of our colleagues, yeah, did present their research at the seminar, yeah. All right, and they are very active. Our Postgraduate Student Association are very active in volunteering activities. Okay, even during the pandemic, they are here to help the university, yeah, in distributing the vaccine, as well as doing all the swab tests and things like that, yeah, up until today. All right, so if you're interested, you can actually join. Maybe towards the end of this year, okay, we will open this announcement as well. Okay, if you are interested, you can actually join our Postgraduate Student Association, because we will be recruiting new members for the session of 2026-2027. All right. And this is an initiative, okay, from our Postgraduate Student Association, okay, the UMS Postgraduate T-shirt. If you're interested, you can scan this code. But later on, I will share with you guys WhatsApp group, yeah, for our postgraduate student, the new postgraduate students. So you can actually join this WhatsApp group, and then you know, announcement from time to time, we'll put it in WhatsApp, yeah. So this is our social media accounts. We do have Facebook, okay, Telegram channel, all right, and a recent one, we have this new postgraduate students WhatsApp group. So please scan this. I'll put this in post for about maybe 2-3 minutes later, if possible. Okay, you can join this postgraduate group, okay, WhatsApp group. And this is how you contact us. Okay, we are always here at the Center for Postgraduate Studies. Our building is just besides the Bahagian Perkhidmatan Academic building. And this is our email and our direct line. Yeah, I guess that's it from my side. But again, I'll put this WhatsApp group, yeah, this QR code for the WhatsApp group for about few minutes, and feel free to join us through the WhatsApp group. Yeah, and on that note, I reckon that's it from me. Thank you so much, and again, welcome to UMS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Oscar, for that very insightful talk. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 10-minute break to prepare for our next session. Please stay tuned, and we will see you back here shortly. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now continue our discussion with an extremely important topic, the Integrated Student Information System, or as it is known here, Sistem Maklumat Pelajar Bersepadu SMPB. I want to remind everyone to always keep track of your user ID and password. It is crucial to remember this information as you will be using this system constantly throughout your studies here. Now, it is my pleasure to welcome our guest speaker on the SMP briefing, Mr. Perez Stein Peter. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you, Miss Atira. So, good afternoon and salam sejahtera to everyone. So, we are starting this session today by me representing my officer, Mr. Musnin, to give a little bit of introduction or maybe a little bit of guide regarding the usage of the SMP and probably a walkthrough to our official website. So I think without further ado, I think we can proceed now. Thank you. Right. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So as you can see here, this is the normal browser. To start, you can use any browser that is available. In this case, I am using Firefox. You can also use other platforms such as Google Chrome. You can also use Microsoft Edge as well. But in this case, we are using Firefox. So from the home page itself, I think it's best if we can go through the official Pasca website first. Oh, hold on. Okay, from here, Google, search for Pasca UMS. All right. Go to the first menu here, home, and it will guide you to the official postgraduate website. All right. Here on at the top right side of the page, you can see menu, about us, what we offer, our student, and info. So basically, it's quite straightforward for this website, because we want to keep it as simple as we can, so that it will be easier for student to go through. So from here itself, you can see some announcements. All right. Some of these announcements is also announced in the Facebook page itself. Okay. About that is basically about the organization, what we offer. This one, those students who wanted to apply, I think some of you have gone through this menu before. So we just go to our student. All right, go to new student. So from this page itself, you can see some of the important dates, registration guidelines. I think most of you here have gone through. Academic calendar, methods of payment, student visa. This is for new students. We go to current students. Here you can see almost the same menu. All right. But the menu that we want to go now is student portal menu here. You can either go through this this main website, or you can also search through Google SMP UMS. So from here, you can also see the first list here is also the SMP that we are going to. Okay. So from this page, click on login. Change the language to English. Login. Choose student as the main menu. Key in your student ID, student card number, and then your password as that has been given to you. Let us try here. Right. So once you have successfully logged in, there will be a notice here. You just click on the notice to remove the notice. So the first menu that you can see here on the left hand side of the page is the main menu and the sub menu that they've been provided. Now I wanted to highlight you. On the right hand side of the page is the news that will be announced from other departments. Sometimes we will post an announcement here for students as well. All right, let's go through to the menu. The first menu here, student personal details. Now the first menu and first sub menu, update personal information. Here, students that has already registered must make sure all the details here are in order, especially your supervisor info. This is for research student. Make sure to double check your supervisor info here and your research title here, research info here. Make sure to check this column, because sometimes as you can see here, this research title is empty. So for those students who is taking research program, make sure your research title has already appear here. Okay. So go back to personal info. Make sure to update your address as well. Voting info, course info. Make sure you are in the correct program information, such as just like what is shown here. Okay, language info, course status. Now this status, if you want to check what is your current status at the moment, you can go to this menu, course status. Make sure those who just registered this semester, your status here is active, and normally there will be a date here when did you register. Okay, e-portfolio information. This one, just some basic information. All right, done with the first sub menu. The next menu is under student personal detail menu is the extend study application. Now, this sub menu is basically for those students who have already exceeded the allowed semester. For example, you are taking master's full-time program, you are allowed to finish 4 semester for that particular program. If let's say you cannot finish for that 4th semester, your 5th semester you will be blocked, or you cannot register for your 5th semester unless you click apply for that particular semester. So make sure you click apply for that semester, and make sure to leave a remark, a reason why you need to extend for this for the program. But we hope most of you, as been told earlier this morning, I hope all of you would not need to use this sub menu, because all of us here wants you all to graduate on time if possible. All right. Now the third sub menu, application letter. Now this menu is normally a menu for those students who wants to apply for confirmation letter, student confirmation letter, or in Malay we say pengesahan pelajar. So this menu, if you want to apply for, let's say you got a scholarship, and then the scholarship wants to get your confirmation letter from the university itself, you can use this menu to apply the letter. Okay, so you just click apply new, then it will be created here. So once it has been already created, the department in charge here in Postgrad will process your application accordingly. Okay, next sub menu, changing application for thesis language, type of registration, or research title. Now again, this sub menu is actually a menu for those who is taking research program. So if let's say you want to change your research title, or maybe you want to amend some words inside your research title, this is the menu where you should go. Click on view, and then you can fill in this area should have your current research title. The bottom one is the title that you want to change, or the new one, and you need to state what's the reason for you to change. For like example, like I said just now, just put there you want to make some amendments, example, then you can click submit application. Alright, and then the next one is change type of registration. Now let's say you accidentally applied for full-time, where in the first place you wanted to apply for part-time. Now we understand that some of you might made a mistake during your application. So in that case, once you have already fully registered for this semester, you can go to this submenu and change your mode of registration. In this case, let's say you are currently taking full-time, you can change to part-time and just state the reason there that you've made a mistake during your application and you wanted to change to part-time. Alright? Now, next one. Next one is change of teaching language. I think this is quite straightforward. So you can change from Malay to English or English to Malay here. And you can submit. Okay. What's the next one? Let's go to postgraduate program consolidation. Now this one is for PhD student. So for PhD student, you can go to this menu to view the program consolidation announcement here. And you need to check on the list that has been given inside this menu. I'm sorry I cannot open the menu here because this account is for this account is actually master program. So for those who's taking PhD program, make sure to go in this submenu because there's a checklist that you need to check and you need to confirm here for PhD research student. Okay, student scholarship. Okay, for this menu, I'm sure some of you you have scholarship while you applied. Those of you who have scholarship, be sure to add your scholarship information in this menu. Now it is important for us to keep track on your details here because your details will be used to submit to KPT itself. So let's say you get My Brain, for example. So My Brain or KPT will use this platform to refer or to confirm your registration in the university itself. Now you can also fill in this this menu if you are taking PT-PTN as well. So let's say you have PT-PTN, make sure to also fill in your PT-PTN details here. Okay, start date and your end date and the term. And then you need to upload your letter, your confirmation letter for the scholarship here. Okay, done with the first menu. Let's go to the second menu. Second menu here is a non-resident registration menu. Now why we want to track if you are a resident or non-resident? This is for our record as well. For those, for example, touch wood, let's say if there's something bad happened to you outside, let's say an accident. Sometimes if they detect that you are a student, they will refer to this section to make sure if you are a UMS student or not. Okay, it simplify the process on their side and also give them good information as a student, so they can refer here. So make sure NR student, you fill in all the particular details here. Okay. Next, application. So application, we only have application postgraduate assistance scheme. Now here, we will open, or I think they've opened an application to apply for scholarship under postgraduate. So if the application is already on, if they open the application, you can apply the application through this menu. Just click apply. Now, as you can see here, it's still closed, but once it's already open, you should be able to apply on this section. We will share the announcement once the application is already available. Okay. Next is welfare. Welfare here, you can apply guarantee letter from this section. Let's say you want some medical treatment as a student in Hospital Queen Elizabeth. Okay, you can apply for GL as a student here. Let's say go to Sabah and then go to Kota Kinabalu. Let's say go to Queen. Then you can apply. Okay, it should be available here, this one. Once it's already available, you can straight away print the GL and you can use it for the hospital or any medical treatment that you want. Okay, next, permohonan zakat. Now here, if you already apply for the zakat, you can refer for this particular menu. Okay. Convocation, the menu for student who is going to convo later, but this menu will be available once the final list from the Senate has been given. So those who is listed to graduate, for example, this year, your name should be available here and you can have the checklist in this menu itself on what should you do before the ceremony. Next one is marks and result. For those who is taking coursework program, you can print out your examination slip here. Okay, for coursework student. And also you can print out your result here as well for coursework student. Okay. Next, finance. You can check on the student ledger info where you can see how much is the current semester fee, or maybe if you want to see any additional charges that the Bursa department has charged you, you can see how much have you paid and how much is the fee. If you've paid all of the charges that has been charged by the university, your balance here should be 0. Alright? You can also download your ledger if you want here. Okay, next, course. Now, this menu is the most important menu every early of the semester because all of you must go into this menu to register. Now, why did I highlight this? Because almost every early of the semester during registration, those who have paid the semester fee every early of the semester, they forget that they must log in to the SMP and also add their semester. Okay, so bear in mind, every early of the semester, once you have made payment in the Bursa department, make sure to log into the SMP and go to this menu and add your semester. If you did not add the semester, you will not be registered. And once the registration deadline has come, if the system is already closed, you will be fined for late registration. It is not because of the system error, it is because the system will follow the academic calendar. So once the registration date has closed, if let's say you have not completed this section, you will be charged for late registration. Alright, so make sure to log into the SMP and add your semester here. And once you add the semester, make sure you click on confirm registration. I'm sure all of you here have already seen the guideline, the video guideline. From there you can also see the same method as well. Make sure the button here will turn green. Once it turns green, meaning to say you have already successfully registered. Okay. Next one, this is for coursework program. You can see your progress report here for coursework program. All your subjects should be here. Bear in mind, this is only for coursework program only. There's another menu for research program as well. Let's go to the next menu, which is utility menu. Now, for those of you who thinks that you've uploaded a picture of you that is not suitable for the SMP, if you wanted to change your if you want to change or update your photo, you can go to this menu and you can upload the photo for the SMP here. Just follow the instruction. You need to upload first. You need to choose the picture first, and then you click upload, and then you need to make some adjustment. Then you confirm the image. All right. Next one, zakat. Here there's a guideline for you to see regarding zakat. Okay, the list of zakat that you have uploaded. Okay. Course evaluation here currently unavailable, but once it's already available, we will give an announcement that this menu is already available for you. Then the next one, progress report menu. Now, for research student, this is also one of the most important menu every end of the semester. Just now I've mentioned course menu. This one is for every early of your semester, but at the end of your semester, this is the most important menu at the end of the semester. Why is it important? Because almost every semester, there are quite a few of you will tend to forget the deadline to fill in your progress report. We will give an announcement and also a reminder for current students who have not filled in the progress report, for you to be able to remember when is the deadline to fill in this progress report. Now, if let's say you missed out to fill in the progress report, you will be suspended for the next semester. So it is very important for you to always remember when should you register for your semester under the course menu, and also to key in your progress report. Okay. So once you've already keyed in the progress report and your supervisor has already evaluated your progress report, we will confirm your result, your progress report result. Once the result has been confirmed, then you can retrieve the result through this menu here. So this result for international student, you can use the progress report slip here to give to the immigration normally. And for those who got the scholarship, you can use this result as well to give your scholarship, this result. Okay. Next one, visa. Okay, for international student, you need to apply your visa here. So make sure to apply your visa according to the instruction here. Okay. Now make sure to apply in advance, because we sometimes receive student whose visa expiring in 1 week. So avoid renewing your visa if your visa is expiring in 1 week. Okay. Next one, FPP One Stop Center. Now this FPP One Stop Center, we will upgrade this menu soon. We will give another guide using video. We will publish to all the students later once this menu is already completed. Now the next one, My Career Pathway. So this menu for those students who wanted to create their own resume. This is something like a guideline for those students who wants to pursue their career. Okay, so you can refer to this menu. You can see all the resume here. You have the resume talk here, resume review, and so on. Okay, they can help you see what are the errors that you've done. Okay, next one for research program. This is for those students who's taking research program. You can apply for publication. This menu here. Put some new entry if you have, such as this one. All the particular details. You need to go through one by one. I think it's pretty straightforward as well. Okay. Next one is conference application. You can once you've attended the conference, you can submit the conference here for you to apply for claim as well. And you can see the result here by CPS, if it is accepted by CPS or either rejected by CPS. Okay. Next one, research methodology course, such as this one. And then student thesis submission. So this one, you need to submit your notice here. Okay, you can click new. Yeah. Okay. Then you can apply for thesis submission. Oh, there's an error currently. We will check on the technical team for this issue. And you can go for graduation, evaluate graduation here. This is the checklist for you to see whether you are on track to graduate during your program. So the first thing here, one of the requirement is, of course, to attend research and methodology course, the first one. Second one is your conference, publication, and then you need to go to Viva, and then there will be a summary here to say whether you are already ready for graduation or not. This is something like a checklist for research student here. Okay. User manual you can go through later as well. So I think for SMP is done for now. If like let's say you have issue regarding the SMP, you can always contact the digital team or the technical team, where you can search here digital UMS. Here, this one. Go to the first menu, laman rasmi Jabatan Digital UMS. So from here, go to the bottom of the page, and you can contact this number here. This number is actually, you can also WhatsApp this number as well, or you can call the same number as well. Alright, next one, we invite you to join our Facebook group page. Oh, I can see some of the applicant now. Hold on. Just search here CPS UMS. Make sure the picture is this one, CPS UMS. Join this group. Here we will announce all the important dates, the important events that we will organize, and also we will share those from other departments or faculties that they have organized for all the students to join or to attend. We also post some important dates such as the registration. All right. So feel free for those who have Facebook to join this group, because This group, we will control the audience, means we only post those related to your education. We won't share any posts or advertisement from outside, to control all the information that we have here, so that those who have joined this group, we can guarantee you that those that we have shared here are from UMS itself. Okay. Okay. I think before we end, maybe I need uh, to go through one more menu from the main website itself. Again, we go to Pasca UMS. Here, go to the first menu. For your information, you can go through the info menu on the top right side of the page. Go to download. Now here we have a few folders that are quite important as well for you to refer to. For current student, you can go to current student info. Let's say some of the menu that you've seen from the SMP here is not is down. Let's say the system is down. You can also download some of the form here. Let me minimize it better. Let me see. Okay, you have the application for confirmation study as well here. You can apply here, because previously we used this form here. So if you want to apply for confirmation student letter, you can apply through this form. We have a few forms here, such as, let's say you are having difficulties, or you are not feeling well, you want to defer your study, you can apply for deferment using this form. Terminate study, changing your faculty, all the forms is here. And then you can go back to download again. You can go through the other folder as well. Okay, Viva thesis here, and so on. You can go through one by one, I think, after this. So let's say if you have any issue, problems that you need help for us to entertain you all, you can always message us through Facebook, or you can also WhatsApp us, and also you can also email us regarding your issue, and we will try our best to respond to your issue and help you as soon as possible. And I think that's all for my side. Thank you everyone, and welcome to EMS. We hope to serve you well after this. May we see you again after this. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Perez, for that very informative SMP briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of today's program, but we still have two more interesting and very important topics coming up. We hope you'll stay tuned for these final sessions. Please take a short 10-minute break before we continue. Until then, stay tuned and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. This next briefing will be delivered by the Center for Instrumentation and Science Services, or as it's known here, PIPS. I would like to invite Science Officer Ms. Nur Azima to share her briefing with us. Please give her a warm welcome.
Okay, thank you to our MC today. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. First of all, thank you for joining us live today on Facebook. Today, you to I will introduce you to who we are, what we do, and how we can support your research journey as postgraduate students. Okay, let's begin to our slides. Okay, now let me begin with a short introduction. Okay, PIPS was first established back in 2008 as a small section under the Center for Research and Innovation. Later on, in 2016, it was upgraded to become a full center, known today as the Center for Instrumentation and Science Services, or also known as Pusat Instrumentasi dan Perkhidmatan Sains, PIPS. So this graph shows how important our role is in supporting science and research at UMS. Okay. Okay, moving on to our mission and vision. Our mission is clear. We manage, coordinate, and supervise laboratory activities under UMS Centralized Laboratory while strengthening instrumentation and analytical services. At the same time, our vision is to be the leader in providing high-quality instrumentation and scientific services in University Malaysia Sabah. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what are our main objectives? Firstly, to provide high-quality and advanced instruments for research activities. Secondly, to deliver excellent science services at competitive prices. Thirdly, to improve the efficiency and skills of laboratory staff. We also ensure that all laboratory equipment is well maintained and working properly. And lastly, to coordinate scheduled waste management responsibility. In short, our objectives are all about supporting research in a safe, efficient, and professional way. Okay, next, let me introduce our executive members. Our team includes the director, led by Professor Dr. Jedol Dayau, and we have two deputy directors, which are Dr. Nazrin Adrian bin Amaluddin and Mr. Izam bin Abu Bakar. And we have two senior science officers, Puan Liu Chun Fong alias Vivian, and me myself, Miss Nur Azima, and our administrative leaders, Puan Mary Kinsoi. Together, they guide us PIPS in achieving our mission and vision. Their leadership ensures that our center continues to grow and serve the UMS research community. Of course, a strong center needs a strong team. Here at PIPS, we have dedicated laboratory personnel, including assistant science officers and technical staffs. They are the backbone of our operations, handling instruments, assisting researchers, and making sure laboratory activities run smoothly every day. Besides that, we also have our administration team. They manage the financial records, office matters, and provide administrative support. In other words, they make sure everything runs efficiently behind the scenes. Okay. Now let's talk about how you as student students and researchers can benefit from PIPS. We provide analytical services and instrument usage for all researchers and students in UMS. So, if you need advanced instruments for your projects, you can come to PIPS. In fact, PIPS supports research and innovation in three major ways. Number one, through analytical services. Number two, through centralized maintenance of equipment. And number three, through proper schedule waste management. This means we don't just provide instruments, but also make sure they are well maintained and safe to use. PIPS has several specialized laboratories. For example, we have microscopy and imaging laboratory, instrumentation laboratory, chemistry laboratory for food sample, natural product chemistry laboratory, and microbiology laboratory. We also provide centralized laboratory space for rental, so researchers can conduct their work conveniently. Now let's look at the types of analysis available at PIPS. We cover many areas such as chemical structure characterization, life science and natural product analysis, elemental and surface analysis, microimaging, food analysis, sample preparation, and microbiology studies. These services are supported by advanced instruments including nuclear magnetic resonance, NMR, and these instruments are located in Biotechnology Research Institute, 2D Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer, FTIR, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometer, LCMS, Gas Chromatography Mass Spectrometer, GCMS, X-ray Diffractometer, XRD, Ultraviolet Visible Spectrometer or UVVs, and many more. In short, we provide almost everything you need to support your research. Now, let me highlight something very important and new at PIPS. This year, we are introducing the Instrument Analysis Package Series 1 called the Comprehensive Elemental and Organic Profiling Package. This is a new service that combines several advanced instruments into one complete solution. The idea is simple. Instead of using instruments separately, you can get one integrated package for a full analysis of your samples. So on the slide, as you can see, for example of fields and application for environmental science, okay, we talk about the research focus of heavy metal pollution in water, soil and sediments, or organic load in aquatic ecosystems. So example applications, that instrument that we can use to analyze our research, such as ICP-MS for detection of trace elements and heavy metals, such as lead, cadmium, and mercury. And then for TOC analyzer, it used to measurement of organic carbon levels, and GCMS for toxic organic compound. So in the case study, for example, it referred to the a European study analyzed river water near industrial zones, finding lead and cadmium concentrations exceeding WHO standards and detecting benzene residues via GCMS. Okay. Okay, we look to another examples in terms of food safety and nutrition. Research focus, it might be pesticide and additive residues in food products, or nutrient and trace element content for nutritional labeling. So example applications, you may use GCMS or LCMS for pesticide and synthetic additive analysis, ICMS for heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, or mercury, CHNS analyzer for protein content and carbon. So the example of case study, a Malaysian study found locally produced compost had low nitrogen content, CHNS, using CHNS, and balanced iron levels. This one using ICPMS instrument. For agriculture, research focus, for example, soil and fertilizer nutrient assessment, quality evaluation of compost, monitoring agricultural residue contamination. So the case study, a study on locally produced compost could determine nitrogen content. Okay, we use a CHNS instrument, identify imbalanced iron levels. Okay, this one we use ICPMS, and measure moderate organic carbon content. We are using TOC analyzer instrument. Following sample pre-concentration with the rotary evaporator, GCMS could detect trace agrochemical residues. The resulting data could then be used to adjust the compost formulation, leading to improved crop yield. So that one is example for agriculture package. So in addition, this package is also very useful in public health and material science. For public health, it can monitor drinking water quality and detect harmful chemical pollutants. For material science, it can study raw materials, polymers, composites, and even purity of industrial products. So as you can see, this package is flexible and can be applied in many fields of research. Okay, so to summarize, the comprehensive elemental and organic profiling package gives you one complete solution for research, high precision instruments, professional technical supports, and reliable, valuable results for your studies and projects. We believe this new package will make research faster, easier, and more confident. Okay, now let's look at the instrument we have in our labs. So some examples include atomic force microscope, or we call AFM, field emission scanning electron microscope, FISEM, FTIR, GPC, XRD, ICPMS, LCMS, spotocotter, and we do have XPS. This instrument only have in UMS, and I can say only in Borneo UMS have this instrument. These instruments are available for use and supported by our trained staff. Okay, skip. Of course, all these services have standard charges. The rates are different depending on whether you are an internal user from UMS or an external government agency or from the private sector. We always try to keep the charges reasonable and competitive. Besides laboratory services, we also provide opportunities for collaboration. We welcome educational visits, training sessions, and internships as well. This way, students and researchers can gain both practical experience and academic benefits. To keep in touch with us, you can follow PIPS on social media, especially on our Facebook, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, and please visit our website. There you can find updates, promotions, and more information about our services. Our center is located inside University Malaysia Sabah, about 2.7 kilometers from the main entrance, and our laboratory located at the same building with RMC building. Okay, you are always welcome to visit us at PIPS. And with that, I come to the end of my presentations. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for your time and attention. We at PIPS are here to support your postgraduate journey, and we wish you all the best in your studies and research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nur Azima, for that very informative sharing. We have one last briefing coming up, but before we proceed, let's take a short 5-minute break to prepare. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll see you again shortly.
Test. Test, test.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have now arrived at our last session of the day, which will focus on the Postgraduate Student Association, PSA. As a member of the PSA Executive Committee myself, it is my pleasure to introduce the representatives who will be presenting today with me. We have here Shu Yun, Wasimuddin, and Shu Jing. Together, we will brief you on the association's roles and activities. Without further ado, let us begin the PSA briefing.
Thank you very much to our MC for giving us this opportunity to present. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Now we will give introduction about PSA, Postgraduate Association, Postgraduate Student Association. So, introduction about PSA. PSA is the student representative body of postgraduate students and advised by the Center for Postgraduate Study, CPS, in University Malaysia Sabah. Our vision is enhancing the student learning environment, expanding the standard of research done by postgraduate students in UMS. Next is our mission and objective. First, to develop skills, knowledge and experiences among postgraduate students. Second, to ensure all of our voices to be heard. And lastly, to develop a good networking as well as sharing research and academic culture among postgraduate students. Now we are going through to the organizational chart for our key advisors. Our Dean for Center for Postgraduate Studies, Professor Dr. Murnizam Alik. Second, Deputy Dean Student Affairs, Center for Postgraduate Studies, Associate Professor Dr. Oscar Dusin. Next is Head of Administration, Center for Postgraduate Study, Madam Jumiati binti Pajakai. Fourth, Assistant Registrar, Student Affairs, Center for Postgraduate Studies, Madam Marina Jupiter. And last one is Admin Assistant, Student Affairs, Center for Postgraduate Studies, Madam Nur Fazila binti Rosli. Now we are going through to our organizational chart for Postgraduate Student Association PSA for 2035. Our President, Pata Arifin bin Husin, and our Vice President, Carla Gonzalez, and our Treasurer, Alif Muazzam bin Lumin, and our Secretary, Nur Atira binti Muhammad Hassan. This is the ESCO for our association. Our academic training and international ESCO is Seo Suyun. Our welfare and social ESCO, Floris and Jima. Our entrepreneurship and student development ESCO, Seo Sujing. And also our media and publicity ESCO, Nur Atira binti Muhammad Hassan. And me as sport and education ESCO, Wasimuddin bin Abdul Wahid. Next, volunteering and community service EXCO, Rima Abdul Rahman, and lastly, culture and heritage EXCO, Patricia Jipo. And now I will pass about the non-academic activity session 2022.
So this is PSA 2022 activities, which include Retreat PSA Normal Baharu 3.0, CSR Baju Raya Project COVID-19, Bakat Muda Sezaman 5.0, and also Perwira Run 2022. For session 2023, we have 4 activities, which is CSR, Zombie Run, Family Day, and Road to Vietnam. So this is the picture for CSR activities, Zombie Run, and also the postgraduate t-shirt promotion activities. So now I will pass to next presenter. In 2024, PSA successfully organized 4 activities, which is PSA Retreat 2024, a CSR program at Rumah Putera Harapan Ranau, Borneo International Postgraduate Symposium, and a study visit to Prince of Songkhla University in Hat Yai, Thailand. Next, I will show some photo of PSA 2024 activities. And this is the PSA Retreat 2024, a program to build teamwork. And next, our CSR program at Rumah Putera Harapan, Ranau, where its activity contributes to the community. And this is the Borneo International Postgraduate Symposium. Finally, the study visit to Prince of Songkhla University in Hat Yai, Thailand. And I will now pass the mic to Miss Atira.
Okay, now just like in previous semesters, we have also held this PSA briefings to keep our postgraduate community informed about our activities and initiatives. One of the academic highlights this year was our postgraduate research seminar series. This one is featured by Professor Dr. Balakrishnan from UMK. To all our new postgraduate students, please stay updated on announcements from the Center for Postgraduate Studies Telegram group, as well as the new intake postgraduate WhatsApp group that we have shared earlier. Because we often share details about upcoming seminars and talks that will be both interesting and relevant to your research and studies. Now here's a look at some of the events we held in 2025, and also the events that will be held this year. So we had UMS postgraduate T-shirt selling in February, and we also had a CSR program in Pantai Manis, and we are also planning to do a retreat program as well as another CSR program in October. And then we are also planning for an e-waste run program in November, and also a study visit trip to Bali, Indonesia in December. Here are some of the photos from our successful CSR beach run at the Pantai Manis. Next, we have the designs for our UMS postgraduate t-shirts. So last semester, we have offered 3 styles: collar with buttons, round neck, and Muslimah design. If you've noticed earlier, Dr. Oscar have shared a QR code for the order of this t-shirt, right? However, actually that is an old Google form, so we no longer use that form. Hopefully, none of you have made an order yet. We apologize for the error and inconvenience. But whatever updates on this t-shirt, updates on the design or ordering or the availability, we will be sharing those details in the new postgraduate intake WhatsApp group. So make sure you join that WhatsApp group. Now, to ensure you don't miss any updates, as I have mentioned earlier, please join our WhatsApp group. Here's the QR code again. And we also encourage you to join the Center for Postgraduate Studies Telegram group, okay, for official announcements and information. Finally, you can also stay connected with us through our social media platforms. Follow our PSA Facebook page, our PSA Instagram, and the Center for Postgraduate Studies official Facebook page for the latest news and events. Thank you so much, Wasimuddin, Xiujing, and Xuyun for the briefing on our Postgraduate Student Association. Ladies and gentlemen, the Postgraduate University briefing for the August intake Semester 1 2025-2026 session has now officially concluded. I am Atira, and on behalf of the University and the Center for Postgraduate Studies, we would like to thank you for spending the entire day with us online. Congratulations on the start of your postgraduate journey and best wishes for the road ahead. Embrace the opportunities to explore your potential and make the most of your academic experience. Wishing you the best of luck, and we look forward to seeing you around campus. Thank you very much.